Well. If it doesn't smell like some New World Order. Okay, tonight I figured, well, that's something that might be a guess, but since there's not, we're just gonna go on this, go on this part right here, back on with the Dennis Cuddy stuff, Dennis Cuddy, doctorate in history, uh, doctorate in history, PhD, a scholar. His writings are, I'm not saying I co-signed everything that he writes, but he said he brings up some really good points. And that last episode, uh, he definitely, that last episode, that article was definitely, really pushing some good points. Let me just. Let's see. Okay. Damn it. Okay, I'm sending a link. I'm trying to type. I don't think I have any viewers. No, I got one viewer. One person. One. Okay. Yeah. So. Oh fuck. Maybe I should. I should probably just take the ads off. That's not like I fucking make anything off an advertisement. It's probably just super annoying to everybody that listens. If anybody wants you to take the ads off, just write it in the comments, and I'll take them off. Just so you don't have to see the stupid ads. Because I use the ad block, so I don't even see the ads. Nah. Yeah. So that was in a Twitter argument earlier. It's funny because uh, the Twitter argument was about some old lady that was showing that her knees weren't all fucked up, and I was like, oh fuck this stupid shit. Why the fuck is this trending? I was like, this is fucking retarded. Uh, and so, but anyway, so all these people got real mad. they got real mad, like, oh, because I said that my knees are all fucked up from carrying fucking OSB and fucking climbing up and down a ladder for a million fucking uh, doing siding and shit and roofs, and some people can't even carry a fucking thing of shingles up a ladder on a roof. That's amazing to me. It's like, man, it's one of my friends that never did construction. He's like, you want to help with us doing this garage roof at this place? I made a deal with the landlord at this place that I was renting a long time ago, and the basically I'd get a free month or two or something of rent. I don't remember how much it was, but the basically if I roofed the house and the garage, and then I roofed them and fucking but I'm roofing the garage, and he's like, oh, you want me to help you with anything? And the dude used to weigh more than me, and he asked for help, and I'm like, well, grab a fucking grab one of those things of shingles down there, bring me up a fucking pack of shingles. And he's like, he's like grabs the fucking shingles, and he's like, and it was just one, it wasn't two, it was just one pack of shingles, and he's fucking like trying to push it up the ladders. I don't know what he was doing, but he couldn't even make it halfway up. I mean, he barely made it halfway up. Then I reached down and I grabbed the shingles with one hand, the whole fucking package of shingles, which I could still do. I'm just freaking you couldn't pay me enough to get on a fucking roof. Well, maybe it wasn't like a huge roof. It was like if it was under 3 stories, it'd be fine. But so Yeah, there's people out there that can't lift a package of shingles. Oh, what was my point? Oh yeah, so my knees are all fucked up. This stupid lady on fucking Twitter, some old lady just bragging about how her knees are all great. It's like, well, fuck you, bitch. Why does this doesn't have anything to do with anything? Like, why the fuck is this trending? And fucking all these people got mad. One of them was mad. I kept fucking around, like, oh, blah blah, fuck you, you know. But anyways, it's some Jamaican. I was like, oh, why don't you come on the podcast? He's like, oh, you know, this is weird chit chat. As vaguely discussing the new, telling about what the new world order was. He could only show for like 3 minutes, but that was right before the podcast started. Uh, he said he would come on again, so it's interesting. It'd be because I mean, it's if we hear any major news, like because one of the goals of like a news type of thing, you want like people all over the world like coming on and talking about stuff. So then, if something happens, you can ask them personally, you know, and that the like France, England, wherever the fuck, any place around the world, to have correspondences and to be able to ask people and confirm if something happens there, that's a powerful thing. And so, making allies, converting people from communists into uh, free people, you know, because out of the 3 4 minutes I talked to him, I could tell, boom, right. I could tell he was brainwashed by the communist rhetoric. No offense to him, but fucking, it was just based off a word that he used, capitalism. Because capitalism is it's a con word. The word isn't what you think it is. It's not even a real thing. Mercantilism, that's a real thing. There's merchants from. Okay, sorry, it was just a plow truck plowing your mom. No, that's a bad joke. I got nothing. Yeah, the I could never make it as a stand-up comedian. They'd boo me off, throw eggs, or wait, no, that's when I worked at. That's the guy that held the sign at fucking Little Caesar. No, around the corner. Actually, people would throw eggs. They'd fucking throw their drinks at me out their car windows. That was when I lived in the city when I was like 18. It's like, oh, why does everybody like the city? I'm getting drinks thrown at me every day. You see like a 40-ounce fucking pop, you know, like on the big, you know, it hits the sidewalk, like, it's like, what the fuck? Somebody just threw a fucking, nobody would ever hit me with a drink, which it was even funnier. They'd waste their whole drink throwing a drink at me, standing on the corner with Little Caesars to sign. Uh, the Yeah, the city is garbage. I don't know why everybody wants to live in the city. There's no trees, there's no grass anywhere. There's fucking bunch of people all over. I mean, people are cool when it's just like one or two of them, you know. But when there's a whole fucking mess of people and they're all around you and you can't get away from anybody, you know, and you're stuck in a house with a bunch of roommates and all this shit, people get really annoying. And so people who live in the city tend to be crazier because they're out of their minds to even want to live in the city to begin with. Do I support Little Caesars Pizza? That's a goddamn loaded question. No, no, no. I think that fucking in this day and age, the fact that we can't find, there's not a fucking fast food restaurant that's fucking organic and that fucking non-GMO and shit. You know, not that I'm some kind of health nut or something, but fucking you know, if I had money, I would make a fucking fast food restaurant that's all organic, and I would make the biggest fucking fortune on the planet. And fucking because everybody would go there. It doesn't matter what their political beliefs are, they'd go there. They'd want that organic food. I mean, grass-fed burgers are a lot fucking they're a lot leaner. I mean, technically, I'd make buffalo burgers. Those things are fucking delicious. Buffalo is so good. It's like fucking it's way better than beef. It's a lot leaner. It's it's got a good. It's not gamey either. It's like it's a shame that all the fucking assholes in the 1800s killed them all just to try to starve the natives. Like that's some cruel ass shit. Oh, that's just cruel. That's just fucked up. Yeah, the what was I getting at? Well, so I figured we go back into this Dennis Cuddy stuff about the Nazis unless somebody shows up or something. Let's see here. I invited Dan and Ellie and a couple other people. Let's see here. Damn it. I hate it when there's like a group comment thing. You never know if the comment's like to you or who the fuck is this? Some kind of consciousness cult bastard? What the fuck? Okay. Maybe we can start a debate here. For some reason, those are so popular. I'm not sure why. I mean, it's Sunday night. You'd think somebody would be able to discuss. I mean, there's places all over the world that fucking watch YouTube and stuff. Man, this joint tastes good. I like me some marijuana. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I got a couple bags from the dispensary. Yeah. I mean, the oh, you didn't like the buffalo? Oh, those are good. Maybe it was just freezer burn or something. I mean, I guess it might vary on where the buffalo is from. Oh, sometimes they mix it with the beefalo. Or there's also there's buffalo, bison. Even I forget what else. Let's see. What's interesting? I don't know if this is real. It's a pretty good UFO picture. Damn, how's there a seed in it? It's like somehow I magically pick seeds all the time. Yeah, so there's trees that are supposedly going kaboom because of the cold up north. I don't know if it's true or not. I did see a picture that looked pretty real. That was damn, there is a seed in that. Son of a bitch. They keep giving all the cats these split pea ham hock soup because I ate too much, and but I gotta pick through it really good just to make sure. I can only give them the juice of it 'cause I don't want to accidentally give them a bone. 'Cause the animals can't eat bones if it's cooked. Uh, there's a bird that can eat bones that are it's uncooked bones that some kind of crazy bird. What do they call that? It eats like fucking giant fucking bones and shit. Man, I cannot think of what that's called. Some kind of vulture, some like king vulture or something. Damn it. Let's see here. Uh, yeah, so I'm on some dead internet. I accidentally shared a thing that wasn't accurate. Someone was jumping all over my ass, fucking oh, and it's like why did somebody shared a post of that thing and they that happened recently, and it was like a video zoomed in, and uh, but it was like the wrong person. They were, and the post was misleading, and I didn't realize it. Shared it or something, or I shared. I don't know. People are fucking. It's like, ooh, I make one mistake, fucking. Yeah, the fucking some leftists, those freaking out like, oh, wait, what am I doing here? Okay, I don't think there's gonna be any guests. Uh, let's see here. No guests, no guests, no guests, no guests. I think we'll all sing that. Hey, that's a good joke. Oh shit, I missed the comments. Ooh, elk. Right, elk. Yeah, there's a vulture. Let me see if I can bring it up. Vulture that eats the largest bones. I think yeah, before I was into conspiracies and stuff, I was into studying nature. What is that? There it is. I can't think of the name of it though. Oh god damn it. Oops. That's a shitty picture. You can see it though. There's big fucking bones sticking out of its mouth. It's like an eagle vulture or something. What the fuck is that called? Oh god damn it. Bearded vultures. It's just weird they could eat a bone like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna show anywhere just because it's just in case anybody's squeamish or something. Not that that's a bad thing. Oh, wrong, damn it, wrong button. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I had this stupid country song stuck in my head before it came on. Now I can't even remember it. Something something underneath the pale moonlight. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, fucking okay, okay, yeah. So this back to this. I guess we'll start on this article here. We're on part 13 of the Nazi Dennis Cuddy articles about New World Order and the intelligence apparatus that was formed after World War II. And well, let's roll a cigarette first. Kimosabi. Yeah, fucking. There's a lot of humans used to eat bones in the ancient world. Humans would ancient man would take a big rock and break one of the big woolly mammoth bones and scavenge the meat. It's like Rupert Sheldrake says, it wasn't man the hunter, it was man the hunted. That's why we see we can see more shades of green than any other animal because we were getting eaten alive by fucking lions and tigers and bears and shit. Fucking giant anteater, all sorts of shit. Mankind was food, and then mankind had to think faster and smarter than fucking than those that were eating them. Fucking that the Rupert Sheldrake goes over the whole like a spiritual memory or something that because it's like you could show the animals or like a hatching egg, uh a snake, and it would react. But the hatching egg, when it's hatched, the chickling, the bird, when it would come out of the shell, and if it seen a snake versus a stuffed animal or something, or some kind of bunny rabbit or something, it would know automatically that the fucking the bunny rabbit, or excuse me, the snake was uh was a predator, and that the fucking so so people talk about, psychologists talk about how how people, they see their shrink and stuff, and they talk about their dreams, and in their dreams they have dreams of of being hunted by animals, and fucking it's like a past memory coming back. It's not some, I don't think it's some kind of supernatural thing or anything. I think that man, why does my camera always freeze? Stupid camera. I don't think ancient man was well, I mean, ancient man could hunt small animals and stuff like that really well, but damn, these cigarettes don't fucking they're not quite packed all the way. There we go. I guess I can put a link in the comment if fucking anybody wants to come on and discuss. Uh, Pedro, Truth Seeker, Heyoka. That's funny. Is that Wait a minute. Is that Logan? Shades of Green. I haven't seen Logan around in a while. He's been missing in action. Not Logan. Where the fuck's Logan been? I haven't seen him in a while. Hopefully he doesn't land his ass in jail like a fucking idiot. You know, he was all caught up in that fucking New World Order brainwash bullshit. You know, he seemed cool, but it was, you know, he thought he was a psychic Nazi, you know, or psychic vampire. So it's like, what the fuck? Get out of here. This is you know, like prove it. That's what I was gonna name one of the shows. Prove it. That was the whole premise of the show. Oh, somebody just called me the N word. That hasn't happened. That's not the first time. I've had people call me the N word in real life like about a million times. The and that's no exaggeration. Uh, Even though I'm just a regular person, I don't try to be anything, you know. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I don't think the he's coming on. I did text Harry, but he's. Damn, I gotta switch the laundry. No, damn it, the links. Somehow the link fucking disappears if you don't send it every after 3 minutes or something. It's like, what the fuck? I gotta go back to the link and fucking. I need to quit cigarettes. I'm just smoking so my girlfriend quits. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was looking. I was gonna go look up Logan's account, but yeah, it's Geo, a couple other people, but or Jonah, excuse me. Okay, let's go back a paragraph so we can see where we were at because I was pretty tired when I think I'm gonna just reread most of this because this is all. He always writes so much. Yeah, I'm just gonna read the whole shebang. That's a word I just made up. Well, Jonah hates these articles, so he's obviously not gonna. No, I'm just joking. He's probably just sleeping or something. It's like negative. It was -40 where Jonah was at yesterday, so he's probably just sleeping. The yeah, like I put some water out for the cats. Usually, fucking it was froze real quick, so I gotta make sure I give them little bits of water at a time and stuff. I've been giving them a bunch of that soup. They like my soup. Nobody else does. It's peasant food. Let's see. So the year after the Nazis approved of American Thomas McKittrick being head of the Bank of International Settlements. Well, hopefully Jonah's not frozen. Oh yeah, I was JJ invited me to his thing, but I think he might have got too stoned or something. Well, he invited me to the after discussion on Patreon. Let me see. Oh yeah, I did invite Robbie on, but I probably should have asked in advance. Uh, but yeah, okay. So the Bank of International Settlements is huge, and for McKittrick to be the head, uh, okay, so go on. January 25th, 1943, Hearst newspaper's reporter Bernard Hershey described the Nazis' escape route via Spain as follows. I think this is all about the paperclip. I was kind of skipping the paperclip stuff. Everybody always talks about that. I'm more interested about the intelligence apparatus origins. For some reason, my camera cut out. Damn it, I swear I tightened that screw on the chair. It's still like fucking okay. Blah blah. The Germans made it clear. This is Hearst newspaper reporter Bernard Hershey describing the Nazis' escape route via Spain. They may be defeated on the battlefield as they were in 1918, but they expect to win again at the peace table. Excuse me, as they did in 1919. Of course, they will sacrifice Hitler as they sacrificed the Kaiser. But the old gang, the generals, big industrialists, phony professors, and miseducation about German race superiority will try to let underground again. Will try to go underground again and lay eggs for another war of German conquest. Unquote. So this is what this whole Christ consciousness shit is about. If you don't understand the religion of Bormann and the religion of what's going on, and the religion of the German Rosicrucians and the seven, if you don't know, what they believe, then you won't be able to see them when they hide and turn into different groups. And so that's what they've done. They've taken their secret religion and they hid it in Baha'ism, the New World Order. They took over the industries. They took over the biggest money fucking you could think of. Fucking because they say 85% of their total assets were never found, but who's to say that that whole number wasn't short already? Who knows what they found? Who knows what the Rothschilds had in their vaults? For all we know, the Rothschilds had a giant golden menorah from the Templars, that which was taken from Israel, and I'm gonna put my chair down. There we go. I mean, there's all sorts of treasure that's probably been melted down, and now it's some chariot wheel on the Queen of England or the Pope's chariot, fucking or whatever the fuck wagon or whatever the fuck they ride in. Okay, so two very important points about this quote. First, it shows that over 2.5 years before they lost World War II, the Nazis were going underground. And secondly, Hitler was unimportant in the whole effort. He was just a pawn. And that the another thing I want to add to this, they didn't just take over the intelligence apparatus, well, possibly, but they also definitely took over the fucking psychology and all that shit. They took it over. They made sure that everybody would have compartmentalized thinking. They make sure to keep people in the old system so the advancement of thinking doesn't proceed, so that people don't start hitting at what's going on. with the UN and the fucking because the UN and the NATO and stuff and or the European Union, excuse me, that they're bad news. You know, there's a reason why they put that fucking it's all about big money. Forget all about the Nazis and the commies. It's all big money because that's what was controlling it. Big money that we're not privy of because we're slaves in the New World Order, and that the you know people I mean the only way to get out of it is to have gold and silver money, gold and silver money, colonial titles, constitutional authority over everything. The Constitution should be supreme in the country that's a constitutional republic, not some sort of international fucking bullshit. The man, I'm rolling the joint. Fucking internationalists are all a bunch of fucking assholes. They're all trying to just milk everybody, milk them for everything they're worth. They're gonna milk them so hard that they ain't even gonna have no money left. So they're gonna give them credit, and then they're gonna make the whole country about credit, which they did, because the dollar bill does no longer buy 24 grams of silver. It's a piece of credit from the International Monetary Fund, of which the fucking excuse me, which flavor is which? Let's smoke this flavor. Yeah, this one tastes like silver haze. Well, chillin' is contributing. Okay, so who was important in the secret Nazi plan? Was Heinrich Himmler! Exclamation point. About 2 years after Hershey's report on January 15th, 1945, Newsweek reported many of the men Himmler sent to Spain and Argentina to carry out Nazi plans for post-war survival carried passports under false names and later were reported dead in Germany. All have had training in Nazi political methods and experience abroad in commercial and other posts. In T.H. Tetten's Germany plot with the Kremlin, 1953, one finds that 7 months after Hershey's description of the Nazis' escape routes, on July 27, 1943, the German Foreign Office expert on the U.S., Dr. Colin Ross, wrote, "Plan for an ideological campaign in the United States." Dr. Colin Ross. I think we might have to look that up real quick. Describing the need for an all-out psychological warfare carried out by an underground organization in the United States and in every country under enemy occupation. Let's see here. Dr. Colin A. Ross, Canadian psychiatrist. Let's do a quick 5-second background on this dirty bastard. This the same one we're talking about here? This can't be the same one. This guy was born 1950. That's not the same one. Germany's, what was it? Plan for ideal. Oh, god damn it. Let me just find a different thing. Oh, god damn it. Okay, sorry, I'm going blind. I can see, I'm going blind. That stupid song. Okay, What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Well, this is, yeah, Google's retarded. I'm probably gonna have to ask Grok. Let's see. Okay, hidden histories of world controllers. Okay, here, what is this? The web matrix. Let's see what we got here. Sometimes these old websites, or they'll make you proud. Sometimes these old websites got some of the heavy duty shit. Let's see here what it says about. It mentions Hitler comes into power, appointed Chancellor of Germany, and the hand prominent industrialist. Deutsche Bank, IG Farben's Hermann Schmitz, Dr. George von Schnitzer, representing Farben's board of directors. According to author Eustace Mullins, also attempting this meeting were John Dulles and Alan Dulles, the New York law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which represents the Schroeder Bank. Adolf Hitler was believed to be of the Rothschild bloodline. Some researchers believe there's evidence that Hitler was initially trained by British intelligence at the Tavistock Institute in London. Where the fuck's my mouse at? Reference. Let's see what they're bringing up. The Red Symphony. Well, I don't. This might be some kind of propaganda. Yeah, they're trying to. That's okay. Back to this. Because yeah, people try to bring race and everything, and they're fucking retarded. There's no. The secret societies are real. In the books, Nasta Webster shows that she documents Rothschild family being Illuminati, and the Illuminati has nothing to do with the Hebrews. A lot of people that discuss this conspiracy always think it all boils down to a race, and it's like that's not what's going on here. Their plan to topple all the fucking empires is not from, you know, it's Weishaupt's plan. And some say it may be a dark side of the Templars' plan. Uh, the dark side that merged with the dark side of the Hashashim. I mean, because guess where the widow's son religion comes from? Comes from Persia. So the Templars brought back the Persian story. The widow's son. And then, although it may fit the same stuff as the Egyptian story, it's the Persians were very tricky. You ever see those people in India that pretend like they're sitting on something? They really just got some kind of metal bar that's bent, and they're actually sitting on that. And they've got some kind of staff or something that's going up their sleeve that's actually holding what they're sitting on. Illusions are easy to bring about to someone who doesn't understand how the illusion works. Okay, blah blah. Let's see what we got here. Reichstag on fire. Reichsmarschall Hermann Wilhelm Göring. Let's see what he's saying. Why, of course, the people want war. Why should some poor Slav on a farm want to risk his life? Blah blah. Okay. 23rd Wall Street conspiracy. Let's see what we got here. And how long? Oh, geez, this is a huge fucking thing. What was I looking for again? Dr. Colin Ross. Let's just skip to that part. Oops. Here we go. Okay. July 27th, 1943. Plan for psychological warfare in the United States from Nazi underground network after the war. The German Foreign Office expert of the U.S. and geopolitical Colin Ross suggested in a 15-page memorandum a plan for ideological campaign in the United States, recognizing Germany's inability to bring the war to a victorious end. Ross proposed the immediate implementation of carefully planning psychological warfare to undermine the anticipated U.S. military victory. Ross regarded American public opinion as the weakest link because the American public seemed especially susceptible to scare propaganda hinting that a defeated Germany would join the ranks of Bolshevism. The memorandum which was addressed, blah blah, plan for ideological campaign. 1. Analyze spiritual temper, world public opinion. 2. Evaluate correctly the ideological weapons available. 3. Put before the eyes of the world a strategic concept which will impress not only your own people but also the neutrals and our enemies. 4. Select the most effective technical methods for the accomplishment of the above. 5. Coordinate the ideological campaign in support of our military and economic warfare. All of the prospects for outright blah blah. Okay, let's go back to the this dude's getting into La La Land with the Philadelphia experiments. Okay. Also important, the secret Nazi plan was Martin Bormann. Beginning in 1943 until June 1944, he transferred large amounts of gold across Spain and France, then to Argentina, where his deposits were safe under the sympathetic Peron government. CBS World War II journalist Paul Manning and Martin Bormann, Nazi in exile in 1981, a book related that Bormann's organization controlled Germany's big business and via its investments controlled much of the rest of the world's economy. It was the repository for the stolen wealth of Europe, estimated by British intelligence to have been more than 180 billion at the end of 1943. Then relating information he found that the FBI's file on Bormann, Manning wrote, quote, the file revealed that he had been banking under his own name from an office in Germany and Deutsche Bank of Buenos Aires since 1941. He held one joint account with Argentinian dictator Juan Perón on August 4th, 5th, and 14th, 1967. He had written checks on demand at accounts in First National City Bank, Overseas Division of New York. Chase Manhattan Bank, the manufacturer's Hanover Trust Co., all cleared through Deutsche Bank in Buenos Aires. Okay, so I wanted to see what 180 billion is in modern times. 1943 worth today 3.37 trillion, and that's probably a ultra low estimate. It's probably more like 10 trillion because the way they calculate the fucking inflation, they don't show how they calculate it. They're fucking they're fucking playing games. 'Cause otherwise, the silver value and gold value wouldn't change so much. The gold value wouldn't go from 360s to fucking $2,000 today if the fucking money wasn't incredibly inflated. Plan for it. Okay. Okay, it looks like I'm finding it when I'm taking off the name here. Only on the snippet views, 1953. Tet Herons Tetons. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so this is Tetten's book, Germany plots with something. Let me see if I can zoom that in. What the fuck's. Oh, not allowed to zoom it in. July 27, 1943, German Foreign Office expert in the USA and geopolitician Dr. Colin Ross suggested a 15-page memorandum, quote, plan for an ideological campaign in the United States. Okay, so there's one verification. Let's see if we get another one. Looks like it's in the European Union Collective by Christopher Story, 2002. I want to let me zoom in. Those sons of bitches. I can't see that shit. Our superb planning can be traced back to a 15-page memorandum from the German geopolitical Dr. Colin Ross to the German Foreign Political Office, dated 27th, 1943, July, entitled "The Plan for an Ideological Campaign in the United States," in which Dr. Ross proposed the immediate implication of carefully planned psychological warfare offensive to undermine the anticipated Allied military victory. Dr. Ross regarded U.S. public opinion as the weakest link because the American people seemed to especially susceptible to. Yeah, I think that's what the other one said. Okay. So there's only 2 with the snippet view and 0 with fucking full view. So we're SOL here. You know, the conspirators love to go into the libraries and go anywhere that there's books that prove the conspiracy. They like to rip the pages out. They like to buy the book, throw it away, do whatever, keep in their secret collections. You know, there was an example of this the other night where there's 2 or 3 pages missing out of the book, the Freemasonry and Catholicism, the PDF, but I did find another PDF with those pages. And so whoever scanned the book, they didn't miss the pages. The pages were not in the book. And that those pages were especially important to the mystery schools which believe in the secret religion. I think it was page 57 and 58. Kurt Waldheim's, no, not Waldheim, Max Heindel's book, Freemasonry Catholicism. Keep in mind it's the same writer, the Rosicrucian Cosmo Conception book. Hmm. Man, the sweet tastes like silver haze. It's not called silver haze though, because people are retarded. Uh, let's see, Chaser. Okay, we read that part. It's taking money to the bank, Buenos Aires. Following what? Damn it! Why can't like? There it is. Okay, following that, Summer Wells revealed about its secret Nazi plan reaching fulfillment, quote, in perhaps 2 generations, meaning explained. Borman today may be likened to the classic chairman of the board of the vast international business complex, of an organization holding greater assets than any private investment house of Wall Street. Borman aged through his, he was 80 in 1980, continues to guide the destiny of the financial empire, but he is sufficiently prudent and farsighted to realize that the assets he controlled must be placed in younger hands. And today, the leadership council of the senior NSDAP group is reflected in younger generations, comprising professional managers, lawyers, and financiers who are calling the shots as money and the trade are moved among the markets of America and Europe. Why does my camera keep freezing? Their organization holds the bearer bonds that give him a voice in banks and industries of Germany. And likewise, they hold blue chip stocks in U.S. heavy industries and chemical companies. Remember, they were connected to DuPont. They are represented too on boards of corporations in France, Belgium, Holland, Sweden, Luxembourg, Switzerland, as well as the myriad of other countries, including those of their bastion in Latin America. It's funny because I remember reading these articles when they first came out, but I don't remember reading the articles. Well, I mean, I read them, but I just can't remember the information in them. It's been so long. I mean, I did reread them like last year on the podcast, because I think this whole conspiracy. This is the biggest conspiracy because it involves so many different angles. There's so many different things that have that come from this conspiracy. The the World War II, relevant to how the power elite uses secret Nazi plan to bring Israel under its control via economic coercion. Manning wrote, "It has drawn many of the brightest Jewish businessmen to the participating role in development of many of its corporations, and many of them blah, 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 shared prosperity most generously with Israel. This has taken place in many other instances across America and demonstrates how Mormon's people operate in the contemporary commercial world. In contrast, the fanciful nonsense with which Nazis are described in so much literature, so much emphasis is placed on select Jewish participation in Bormann companies that when Adolf Eichmann was seized taken to Tel Aviv to stand trial, he produced Shockwave, the Jewish and German communities in Buenos Aires." Not sure what he's getting at. The Jewish leaders informed the Israel authorities that no uncertain terms that this must never happen again because a repetition would permanently rupture relations with Germans in Latin America, as well as the Bormann organization, and cut off the flow of money to Israel. It never happened again, and the pursuit of Bormann quieted down the request of Jewish leaders. He is residing in Argentina, safe, protected by the most efficient German infrastructure and history, as well as by those whose prosperity depends on his well-being. Who was that saying that again? Manning. Okay, Apollo uses the secret Nazi plan to bring Israel under control via economic coercion, Manning wrote. Okay, I see what he's saying. Okay, in the related story, John Buchanan, the Stacy Michael, and the Bush Nazi Link continued book or article, the New Hampshire Gazette, November 7th, 2003, revealed that, quote, after the seizures in late 1942 of 5 U.S. enterprises, he managed on behalf of the Nazi industrialist Fritz Thyssen, Prescott Bush, and the grandfather of George Bush, failed to divest himself of more than a dozen enemy nation relationships that continued until as late as 1951. Newly discovered U.S. government documents revealed the records show that the Bush and Harrimans conducted business after the war with related concerns during doing business in or moving assets to Switzerland, Panama, Argentina, and Brazil. All critical outposts for the flight of Nazi capital after Germany's surrender in 1945. 1944, Nazi General Karl Heinrich von Stoopnagel. I'm just going to stand up for a second. Baron von Stoopnagel and the French. Whoa, I forgot I'm far away from the thing. Oh, shit. Just move the chair. Where's that? The French newspaper Combat was very clear about the Nazis' perspective, stating, quote, leaning on the chair up, our defeat in the present war need not be considered except as an incident in the triumphal march of Germany towards conquest of the world. What does a temporary defeat matter if, through the destruction of people and material wealth in enemy countries, we are able to secure a margin of economic and ideographic superiority even greater than before 1939? We shall have to organize a campaign of pity designed to induce our enemies to send us needed supplies at the earliest possible moment. Above all, we must hold on to the assets which have deposited in neutral countries. The present war will thus have been victorious in spite of our many temporary military defeat, because it will have been a march forward towards our supremacy. End quote. What the fuck? Jesus. That was the words of Karl Heinrich von Stoop-Nagel, wrote in a French newspaper. Wait, just it's hard to move the mic without it's attached to some kind of tiny table that's on a tree branch. Anyway, I guess I'm just gonna sit back down. March 30th, 1945, the U.S. State Department indicated that in 1944, German patient registrations in foreign countries reached an all-time high. Patent registrations. Where's the button at? This was part of the secret Nazi plan for control after World War II. By the end of this year, November 1944, the U.S. Senate Military Affairs Committee's Subcommittee on War Mobilization issued a report on cartels and national security that indicated the Nazis, quote, are already deploying their economic reserves throughout the world in preparation for the third attempt at world domination, end quote. According to Senator Harley Kilgore. Well, that's interesting. I should probably add something to the title here. World War II. Conspiracy. Okay. Where was I at? Martin Bormann's success in spreading the Nazis' assets around the world was heralded by the Nuremberg trials by Hermann Schmitz, head of the IG Farben and the director of Bank of International Settlements. There's that bank again. Farben's NWS Northwest 7 Division. I don't know what NWS or NW7 Division, of course, close to Himmler's SS and the Gestapo, and in the Paul Manning's book Martin Bormann, Nazi in Exile, one reads that Schmitz in Nuremberg testified, quote, we can continue. We have an operational plan. However, I don't believe our board members will be detained long, nor will I. But we must go through the procedure of investigation before release. So I've been told by our NW7 people who have excellent contacts in Washington. Incidentally, Prince Bernard of the Netherlands, who formed the Bilderberg Group in 1954, was an SS officer who also worked for the NW7. Yeah, I think I need to smoke more weed. My, super dyslexic over here. All right. Anybody got any questions about the information that anybody think we should dig into anything or clarify on anything? Any of these things that I'm reading here. Let's see if anybody ever answered any of the invites. Okay. Where was I at? Before this series, I've mentioned that Nazis' Galen organization and the Nazi Otto Scorveni's Odyssey, Odessa network, and how they worked together after World War II. Martin Lee's book, The Beast Reawakens 2001, learns the former U.S. intelligence officer William Corson revealed, quote, Galen's organization was designed to protect the Odessa Nazis. It amounts to an exceptionally well orchestrated diversion, so that the Nazis could continue their plan for world domination. Relevant to this, Martin Lee, in the book Beast Reawakens 2000, revealed that the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat and Otto Skorzeny struck up a relationship that lasted many years. Skorzeny, see, was just talking about Skorzeny earlier. Okay, well, I guess back down. Yeah, Otto Skorzeny. Yeah, what was that? Beast Awakens. Yeah, Skorzeny struck a relation. Oh. Arafat would have done anything for Otto, remarked Ilse Skorzeny, Otto's wife. I've also previously mentioned Operation Bloodstone, which brought Nazis to the U.S. was originally approved by June 10th, 1948. But the State and War Navy Coordinating Committee, SWNCC, State War Navy Coordinating Committee. One of the original sponsors of the Operation Bloodstone was Robert Lovett from the War Department, who was also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the Skull and Bones Society. According to Christopher Simpson in the book Blowback 1988, 1 month after Operation Bloodstone was approved, it was expanded to include covert operations, including sabotage and that other word. John D. Rockefeller III was a senior Navy staff member of SWNCC, which approved of Operation Bloodstone. As member of the power elite, he founded the Population Council of 1953 and later 1973 wrote the Second Amendment, or the Second American Revolution, the book, Second American Revolution. What was that? Applauding sexual liberation and the humanistic revolution, while disparaging old-fashioned nationalism. The leader at the time Operation Bloodstone was approved and executed was Harry Truman, whom most believe to have been a patriotic nationalist. However, he carried in his pocket that part of Alfred Lord Tennyson's Loxon Hall, 1842, which called for, quote, the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World, end quote. And he explained, quote, that's what I have been working for, end quote. June 28, 1945, Truman stated, it will be just as easy for nations to get along in a republic of the world as it is for us to get along in the Republic of the United States, end quote. So let's just not forget, let me just bring up a picture. Okay, yeah, so here's Mr. Here's a bigger picture. What the fuck? You got a good, yeah, that's good enough. Okay, let us not forget Mr. Harry S. Truman, 33rd degree, Scottish Rite. That's the conspiracy. Deceive you. Well, that's not the right word. Even I'm too stoned to make a stupid joke. Well, I'm not stoned enough though. Okay, so yeah, Truman, a fucking 33rd degree Mason. World government used to be a website that was a Mason website talking about the World Congress of Freemasonry. Talking about and it was the talking about the League of Just Nations, the League of Communist Nations. Truman was an agent of the power elite, nominated for the position of vice P under FDR in 1944 by Oscar Ewing and others. Ewing was vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee and also a lawyer for Standard Oil, CBS, Fox Films, and others. Among the others was Alcoa, for which Ewing facilitated agreements with the Nazis. In George Seldes' book, Facts and Fiction, he revealed that, quote, some of our biggest monopolies entered into secret agreements with the Nazis cartels and divided the world up among them. Most notorious of all was Alcoa, the Mellon Davis Duke monopoly, which is largely responsible for the fact America did not have the aluminum with which to build airplanes before and after Pearl Harbor, while Germany had an unlimited supply. Today, they're taking today the federal government is taking control over more and more, e.g., Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, General Motors, etc. To the extent it has complete control over business entities. We're moving towards national socialism. To the extent of the government's control is exercised via rules and regulations, it is fascism. This part of the power elite's secret plan, beginning in 1930s from Ambassador Dodd's diary, 1941, George Seldes, in the book George Seldes and Facts and Fascism, wrote U.S. Ambassador to Germany William E. Dodd, 1937, saying, quote, a clique of U.S. industrials is hell-bent to bring a fascist state to supplant our government, and it's working closely with the fascist regime in Germany and Italy. I have had plenty of opportunity in my post in Berlin to witness how close some of our American ruling families are to the Nazi regime. Keep in mind, this is an older article, 2010. Certain American industrialists had a great deal to do with bringing fascist regimes into being in both Germany and Italy. They extended aid to help fascism occupy the seat of power, and they are helping to keep it there. Okay, that's part 13. So we're on part 14. I could have sworn we were farther. Oh, maybe we're not. We can do tab. This is Dennis Cuddy's articles, 2010, Power Elite and the Secret Nazi Plan. Yeah, I remember reading these back when they came out, but all the information kind of went over my head because I was more interested in Mason stuff and Mason stuff and Illuminati conspiracy, which technically that links to this. And that's a long story on the who, what, where, and why. Money was in the heart of the Nazis' secret plan for eventual world domination after World War II. Relevant to this, historian Mark Masarovsky testified on June 25th, 1997, to the House Banking Committee that in late 1946, the Allied commissions searching for the art Nazis had looted were unfortunately closed down, and that from August 1944 to July 1946, perhaps thousands of these looted items, quote, found their way out of Europe and into North and South American collections, end quote. He also asked why did the State Department agree to downplay the verifiable amount of looted gold in Switzerland as a means of obtaining ratification of Washington's Accord. In answer to the above, remember the role of the Dulles brothers concerning the State Department and vis-a-vis the Nazis. Alan Dulles had also negotiated deals between the Nazis and the Saudis. While FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, may have not been allied with the Dulles' actions, one should remember that FDR wrote to the Saudi king on April 5th, 1945, relevant to the question of the Hebrews in Palestine. He wrote, quote, your Majesty will also doubtless recall that during our recent conversation I assured you that I would take no action in my capacity as chief of the executive branch of the government which might prove hostile to the Arab people, end quote. So he's saying he would protect the fucking Islams. Or what, Now let's recall. Wait, Saudi king. Who the fuck is the Saudi king? Let me look that up real quick. Saudi king, 1945. Let's see, 19. Oops, 45. Ib, Abdulaziz ibn Saud. Okay. Was he Islam? I mean, I'm assuming he was. Blah blah. Yeah, the key Islamic power. Yeah, so Truman was making a deal that they wouldn't do anything to the Islams. Not long after this letter, FDR was succeeded as president by Harry Truman, who later approved of various operations that brought Nazis to the United States. Yeah, so I wouldn't doubt that FDR was fucking probably also a Shriner, and that parts of Masonry are connected to the Middle East. You know, I mean, Cooper goes over that fucking dude that talks, that Hashashim Islam dude that built that fucking Golden Dome in Jerusalem, built by the Hashashim themselves, who still occupy the area under the guise of Islam. Because the sheeple of Islam are not to know the true doctrine. No offense to any of those people that are Islamic religion, because they're not aware of what the leaders of the cult do. It's no different than if somebody was like a Scientologist or something. They're typically not, or a Mormon or something. They're not going to know what the whole shebang is about, you know. You know, it's not their fault that they've fucking been brainwashed. It's their parents. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, cool. Looks like JJ might join in 30 minutes. That's pretty cool. All right. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to ask him about the, whatchamacallit, the serial killer smiley face fucking stuff. I was going to ask him about the MOs and shit on that. Yeah, I gotta grab another soda. Let's see. Yeah, so Saudi king, blah blah. Not long after the part 12 of the series, I quoted FDR's Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes, saying Alcoa Ikes. I wonder if he's related to David Ikes. David Icke. Well, no, I don't think there's an S at the end. I wouldn't be surprised if David Icke was a fucking Nazi. He preaches fucking Christ consciousness, New Age bullshit. Saying Alcoa would be the blame U.S. lost World War II. 1944, Alcoa hired Oscar Ewing as its attorney for $750,000 per year. That same year, Ewing was an official with the Democratic National Committee that promoted Truman for vice president. 1947, President Truman appointed Ewing as administrator of the Federal Security Agency that included Public Health Service. Ewing immediately initiated a program to put fluoride in Americans' drinking water, and he hired Edward Bernays to develop propaganda campaign towards that end. Keep in mind that the first place in America to have fluoride was Grand Rapids, Michigan, the fucking garbage city, where everybody's fucking drunk off their ass and there's fucking a bunch of idiots. Fucking the all the fucking Chicago hood rats took over that city, and now it's become incredibly dangerous. Fucking bunch of idiots. I used to skateboard in that city. when me and my friends were young, we'd go to the big cities. So we were all from the country, you know. We'd go to the biggest parking garage and skate down the whole garage and fucking there'd be cars backing out and shit and fucking almost hit them and stuff right with your skateboard. I've hit cars before with on my skateboard, which is pretty retarded, but I'm still alive. Part 12 of the series, I quoted FDR's Secretary of the Interior. What was that? World War II, blah, blah. Damn it. I'm gonna grab another soda real quick. Okay. Here. Ouch. Okay, so Alcoa hired Oscar Ewing as its attorney for $750K. Blah blah. Same year, Ewing was official with the Democratic National Committee that promoted Truman for Vice P. 1947, Truman appointed Ewing as administrator of the Federal Security Agency that included Public Health Service. Ewing immediately, this weed is kind of moist. It's like fucking well, Jesus, fucking chair just about fucking yeah, I can't smoke moist weed. It makes my lungs fucking get asthma attacks. I mean, I'm still gonna smoke it, but uh, a good old asthma attack's good for you. Don't worry. Okay, where was that? Truman appointed Ewing as administrator of the Federal Security Agency that included Public Health Service. Ewing immediately initiated a program to put fluoride. Yeah, I already went over that. Keep in mind that I remember back in like 2010, DHS was buying all sorts of crazy shit. I don't know if any of y'all, you got, you know, I can't talk. I don't know if any of you people remember. What you mean, you people? Yeah. What well, so the DHS was buying stuff that wasn't, well, they were buying, I'm not gonna get into that. The New World Order has been New World Ordering for quite some time. Everybody's not been, that's, see, I've known about this fucking shit for so long, you know. This fucking just sitting here smoking weed, trying to look at all the information, gather more information, keep gathering information, gather information, you know, because fuck the world. Fuck the world. Nobody's trying to fucking dig into this shit with fucking fine tooth comb. And that every person mentioned in this entire article needs to have extensive background searches done on them in the books and anything that I can find that the everything that's mentioned. Well, I mean the fluoride stuff I've known about the fluoride stuff since 2007. I think it was 2000. There's a film called The Fluoride Deception. I think it was, or it might have been a different one. Yeah, so Alcoa, the company, their aluminum refining process. Because remember that fluoride is a byproduct of aluminum phosphate. Aluminum phosphate is fucking you know, okay, so think about aluminum. Aluminum causes Alzheimer's, uh fluorine, uh you know, what do you think's used in nerve gas? The it's derived from fluorine, I'm pretty sure. Thank you for the $5. O'clock wise, I'm not sure if that's for some reason it uses everybody's at sign. $5 holla. The yeah. Okay, so yeah, the stuff that sarin is derived from. That it's like, imagine the well, it's bad news. You don't want to, fluoride is bad. Uh, I mean, I'm technically drinking a pop that's probably made with fluoride water right now, but fucking which I'm retarded. I need to quit drinking pop, quit smoking cigarettes. I might as well smoke a cigarette. The remember to leave some tobacco on the stone for the ancestor spirits. I don't remember which tribe that was, but it sounds cool. Let's see. What was that going? Oh yeah. So yeah, what's my later? Yeah, the king is in the building. Elvis, everybody. Elvis. Elvis in the lighter form. Okay, so 1954, E-wing. Produce E-wing and helps facilitate flight agreements. According to October 2nd, 1954, a letter from researcher Charles Eliot Perkins to Lee Foundation for National Research. Quote, 1930s, Hitler and the German Nazis envisioned a world to be dominated and controlled by Nazis' philosophy. The German chemists worked out a very indigenous and far-reaching plan of mass control, which was submitted to and adopted by a German general staff. This plan was to control the population, which in any given area through mass medication of drinking water supplies. By this method, they could control the population of whole areas, reduce population by water modification that would mass produce sterility in women, and so on. In the scheme of mass control, fluoride occupied a prominent place. The real purpose behind it, water fluoridation, is to reduce resistance of the masses to domination, control, and loss of liberty. There is a small area of the brain tissue that is responsible for the individual's power to resist domination. Repeated doses of infinitesimal amounts of fluorine will in time gradually reduce the individual's power to resist by slowly poisoning and narcotizing the area of the brain tissue. Well, Jesus, I need to I need to make my own soda pop. I need to re-wake up. Yeah, I'll take a drink to that. End quote. Remember that the secret Nazi plan was developed by the German general staff. DuPont was also helpful to the Nazis. Irene DuPont greatly admired Hitler. In September 7th, 1926, speech to the American Chemical Society, he advocated the injection of special drugs to create a race of supermen. General Motors was under the control of the DuPont family. Oh, excuse me. According to Charles Higham, in trading with the enemy by the mid-1930s, General Motors was committed to full-scale production of trucks, armored cars, and tanks of Nazi Germany, end quote. Higham also revealed that, quote, November 23rd, I almost said September, 1937, representatives of General Motors held a secret meeting in Boston with Baron Manfred von Killinger, who was in charge of West Coast espionage for the Nazis. The Baron von Tippelkirch, Nazi consul general and Gestapo leader in Boston. This group signed a joint agreement showing total commitment to the Nazis' cause for the indefinite future, end quote. Not only was GM working with the Nazis, but Henry Ford also greatly admired Hitler. Higham explained that as late as 1940, Ford Motors Company refused to build aircraft engines for England and instead built supplies with the 5-ton military trucks that were backbone of German army transportation. End quote. There was a considerable fascist sentiment in the U.S. in the 1930s. The Marine General Smedley Butler was actually approached to lead an effort to overthrow FDR and establish a fascist government. Butler reported this to the appropriate federal authorities, and his account can be verified in the report of the Congressional Special Committee of Un-American Activities, Investigation of Nazi and Other Propaganda, which acknowledged that, quote, certain persons made an attempt to establish fascist organizations in this country. The committee was able to verify all the pertinent statements made by General Butler. Yeah, I've read some of those congressional special committees on un-American activities reports, and they're pretty intense. I mean, they're good reads. They're all on Google Books. I'd read every one of them. I've read a lot of the commie ones and some of the Nazi ones. I got to read them all though. Fucking, they're good. They're intense. I got a lot of notes from those. American Oscar Ewing's other clients were CBS, for Edward Bernays worked in Rockefeller Standard Oil, which helped the Nazis. The Rockefeller Foundation funded Nazi doctor Ernst Rudin's Kaiser Wilhelm Bryan Institute. Rudin taught Dr. Joseph Mengele. Mengele was known as the Angel of Death. Well, what is that fucking institute up to today? Dr. Ernst Rudin Kaiser's Wilhelm Institute. Let me just look that up real quick. Ernst Rudin. We'll bring him up first. Ernst Rudin. What is that? Fucking the lead singer of Metallica? No. Well, that's fucked up. He looks just like him. That's bizarre. Well, maybe not. Okay. Wait, no, that's a different person. Oh, yep. Look at that right there. Oh, you can see the swastika. Looking nicely. My God. Let's see here. I used to have a great uncle that was World War II. He used to bale hay all the way up to like 95. He was fucking. He never talked about World War II though. I think because it was too fucked up. Just like my grandpa never talked about the Korean War. He's too fucked up. Yeah. And it's crazy because the leftists all are fucking wanting war and stuff. That's fucked up because war is evil, and that prosperity and boringness is good. Uh, you know, if it's a boring day, it's not a bad day. It's a good day. And then all these people are all trying to wild out, acting all crazy and shit. Fucking what is that? You know, I hate to say the phrase, but I don't like using modern phrases, but play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The where's I getting it here? Yeah, so remember I was telling you about the Illuminati and the Nazis running the psychological. Let's see, this guy termed the phrase schizophrenia, and that with the modernization of it, they can make it mean anything they want. Any of those religious people out there, they could say your religion is schizophrenia. They could deem you schizophrenic because you believe in a religion. And that's not an exaggeration, because that's what the New World Order is going to do. The New World Order already demonized people that were pro-America, pro-Constitution, pro-patriot. They've already demonized them to death back to fucking the 90s. That they made mainstream the television show Cops, in which no-knock warrants were shown on television, and that no-knock warrants were unconstitutional. That Linda Thompson and Cooper talk about Delta Force and the police state being made back in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s. and that they over the years progressively increased capacities of equipment that was used by the police, and that fucking because it's just so ironic to me that all those people are all bitching about ICE, but it's like the police state has existed for way 30 years, more 40 years roughly. I mean, and that it put they put the hammer down hard on everybody, and so everybody's seeing these new cases of you know atrocities that there's the new world order has never stopped new world ordering, that their police state manufactured by socialists, communists, etc. The that the well, all this stuff has been happening for quite some time in the hoods all across America since the 70s, and that the first hood was Kansas City, where the projects were born, and that the people were told they could live in the buildings, but the father couldn't live there. And with this socialist fucking engineering of these fucking Nazis and all this bullshit, they've brought about a fucking the destruction of the American way of life. That you can no longer have a family if they deem you as a piece of shit based on their fucking bullshit standards. And fucking and I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about generally speaking. Uh but so because the courts are assholes. I've told everybody before, the courts, when I was trying to have custody, that they were like, "Oh, you're a fucking wacko. We want you to see a shrink." And I'm like, "So what? If I don't see the shrink, I go to jail, huh?" And they're like, "Yeah." And fucking so I see the shrink. He does his forced assessment, and then and the only thing I talked about was law. And so he comes to the trial. He's fucking thinks he's the top shit, and fucking I was actually allowed to be an attorney temporarily, and that fucking because the other time they were suppressing my rights to be my own attorney, and that the but so this bullshit forced assessment. This guy was on the stand. I asked him a simple question. I said, "Could you accurately do an assessment if the person you were assessing was in constant pain and you were unaware of it?" Because I had horrible ulcers and stuff, and I had my family doctor testify after that, which that I had the ulcers and they were really bad, uh, puking up blood and shit. Uh, the but so, and the doctor who forced an assessment on me, he said no, that he couldn't do an accurate assessment if he didn't know I was in pain when he was doing the forced assessment. And so I got his stupid fucking bitch ass fucking thrown off the fucking his testimony was thrown away because I proved that it was bullshit, and that fucking and keep in mind I asked him a series of other questions before this, in which such as what was it? I asked him what was it? Well, okay, so I was talking about law, and fucking I asked the dude, I was like, so if I'm talking about law and you did an assessment, well, no. At first, I said, "Did you understand the laws that I was talking about?" And the fucking quack, he said no. And then I asked him. I said, "So, if you didn't understand the laws I was talking about, how could you assess anything? If you didn't understand what the fuck I was talking about, these fucking shrinks are all fucking garbage. Fucking sore lawyers, they're all fucking trash. Uh, this whole fucking shrink industry was made by the Illuminati. This guy on the fucking screen is not the first fucking educated idiot piece of shit that fucking created the system in which they can fuck you over until the end of time. And take for example my friend who's a military brat, and he is forced to take a shot of Respidol once a month. And if he doesn't take that shot of Respidol, they'll throw his ass in the fucking loony bin and fucking it blows my mind because he allowed it all to happen. He's a fucking idiot. He's fucking retarded. It just blows my mind that somebody would fucking a grown person, and keep in mind this person is pro communism, closet communist, and that he fucking is forced to take a big giant shot of Respidol, which I'm pretty sure Respidol has horrible side effects. Yeah, but the Constitution is shit to him. It's like whatever. Fucking the oh yeah, we're doing a background check on this fucking. Damn, I gotta take a leak. Where's my drink? Yeah, this shit just pissed me off. This whole fucking all this bullshit. They're running fucking experiments on people. They've been doing it for fucking years. Experiments, fucking all fucking throughout the world. Why isn't this clicking on there? I'm gonna roll a cigarette. No, maybe yeah. Better just keep smoking this joint. Okay, so back to this. Let's see. Dr. Herman. What is this? Robert J. Lifton. Oh, Robert J. Lifton. I recognize that Robert J. Lifton. Where's that fucking name? Robert J. Lifton. Right on my fucking. He was involved with the what Cooper was saying in episode number 530 something, I think. The conspiracy. No, he was. What was the name of that episode? The episode was called Oz, OZ, and it was mentioning uh, Colson Westbrook, Donald DeFreeze, Earl Bryan of Operation Phoenix, Ralph Tortorici, Ari Ben Minash, William Herman, Margaret Singer with an I, and the I think it was mentioning the Collegium International, but the Robert J. Lifton and Dr. Martin Horning, and the Ricano Shudo was also. Well, no, Ricano Shudo wasn't. He wasn't mentioned in that episode. Uh, no. Oh, Jolly and West. So when you think of Robert J. Lifton's name, you better think of those people because they are definitely connected. What was that? So Robert J. Lifton said, quote, Dr. Herman Pfanmuller developed a policy of starving designated children to Jesus. Gradual decrease of the rations. Jesus Christ. What a fucking piece of shit. See, this fucking, these pieces of shit, the most fucking worthless garbage on the planet. Anybody that do that, these fucking Nazis are the same type of people that fucking, you know, this shit's fucked up. Here it is. Let's do it quick. Oh, they don't even have a real Wikipedia on it. What the fuck is this? Let's see here. Let's see. Herman Pfaffmuller, 1886, 1961, psychiatrist and neurologist Herman Pfaffmuller was born in Munich, 1886, studying medicine, blah blah. Wellmunster, Unspach, Kaufbeuren. During the First World War, also worked as hospital doctor. He joined NSDAP for the first time in 1922. Again, 33 belonged to the SA as the head of the Department of Genetics and Racial Hygiene, blah, blah. Yeah, so he's involved with a bunch of fucking garbage. Yeah, these people are despicable. That's just fucked up. You know, the okay, so I'm not. In case you think in case you think this type of mentality is not here today, remember that in 1986, the American Medical Association added, quote, nourishment and hydration, end quote, to its list of artificial medical treatments which could be withheld from patients. Jesus. More recently, Mr. Obama, regulatory czar, Cass Sunstein in 2008 co-authored, quote, the book Nudge, Improving Decisions About Health, Wealth, and Happiness, wherein he referred to the possibility of, quote, routine removal, end quote, of body parts because the state, quote, owns the right to body parts of people who are in certain hopeless conditions, and the state can remove their organs without asking anyone's permission, end quote. Jesus fucking Christ. That's fucking that's the type of shit going on in China right now. Keep in mind, if I say the word China, my podcast, the algorithm goes down. I already said it once. So China, China, China. Uh, fucking China. China's fucking China's Wall Street slave plantation. If anybody hasn't caught that, uh, yep. The it's like that quote that they took off the internet of Harriet Tubman. She said she could have saved thousands of more slaves if only they had known they were slaves. A lot of people don't understand that, but I do because I understand the conspiracy. The and you can't look at politics. You gotta look. You gotta look and think with numbers. You gotta think with numbers. People say the world's not made out of numbers. Well, some shit is, and fucking those numbers matter. And that when a fucking ounce of gold costs $100, it's not because it's worth more. It's because fucking the money's worth less. The fucking I mean, it could partially be from technology, but there's silver out there. I've dug foundations of houses and fucking with my dad, and that fucking digging the foundations, you would find veins of silver and aluminum and shit in the ground, fucking huge ones. And it'd be like, what the fuck is this? Like I remember I was at a job site once, and fucking when I was a kid, and fucking because but like all summers I would help my dad and work on construction when I was from like 10. But like when I was a kid and we're on this, I think I was like 12 or something at this point, but we're like on the job site and he's like, we're digging, we had to put a new addition on this house, and the we had to pour cement and do a small 3-foot wall all the way around, and so we had to dig it down like 4 feet or something. We had to dig a big trench out in the middle of this fucking forest area. It was super pain in the ass because the roots and stuff. But the we had to. But anyways, we're digging this fucking whole thing out, and getting all smooth and shit. And fucking, you could see this like some kind of metal shit, like it was in a big vein in the ground, and it was like, man, I kept like pointing at it, like, "Are you sure that's not silver or something?" Because it looked just like silver to me in the books. I mean, those people could have been rich, possibly, if they were. They probably didn't even know it was there. It was crazy. Yeah, I mean, technically, if you get a bunch of quartz crystal on your property, like fucking stones, you could smash them with get one of those postal the metal postal smashers, hammers, or whatever the fuck they're. You smash the metal post hole in the ground with them, but then take it and put it upside down, and then take the post, one metal post, then put the quartz in there, and then smash it, and then put it through a what is that called? One of those water pan things that the dudes use to pan for gold. You know, I mean that's what I've seen it in. I've seen videos of Australia them doing that shit. The guy would drive his Jeep out to this big quartz thing in the middle of the desert. He'd fucking load some up and then bring it back and just smash it all. And it was like, damn, he's just smashing quartz and getting gold. Like that's crazy. Like where the fuck is some quartz at? Like fucking I bet you I know where some quartz is at. Fucking you guys ever see those big caves in Mexico? Pretty sure it's Mexico. Let's see if I can. Quartz caves. Let's see if I can find a picture. I remember reading about them in like National Geographic or some shit. Yeah, here we go. Quartz. Yeah, look at that thing. That's fucking huge. I bet you there's some gold in there. Oops, wrong button. There be gold in them caves. Well, maybe. That shit looks dangerous. That's where Superman lives. Yeah, no. Yeah, so I guess let's get back to this. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that was in Mexico. There's let's see, where's that at? Okay, from where did this attitude come? Francis Galton, half cousin of Charles Darwin, is known as the founder of the eugenics movement late 1800s. The Rockefellers saw eugenics as one means of developing the social control they desired. Was it Rockefeller going around handing out fucking nickels or dimes or some shit? Keep in mind a silver dime is worth probably like $10 now, maybe 20. Uh, Concerning the Rockefellers, eugenics and Nazis, and when medicine went mad, bioethics and Holocaust, 1992. That's a book edited by Arthur Chaplin. One reads that quote, the German mental hygiene movement is already subsidized by Rockefeller Foundation, thereby put into a healthy position to continue its aims and objectives to the bitter end. Keep in mind that I think this does have to do with that episode that Cooper was talking about this, because like that one surgeon, Earl Bryan, I think his name was, he was in Vietnam, and that he was a surgeon there. He was a neurosurgeon, and it's like, well, how many, what are they doing with it? He was connected to that info technologies company and that fucking the hell was those other two companies? One was supposedly making small engines, yeah, but the other was modern times making involved with Neuralink type bullshit. Uh, yeah, I'm rolling a cigarette. Yeah, if you take like a piece of pine, like a piece of pine or whatever, you put it in the tobacco, it makes it kind of like piney. Keeps it moist. I mean, you could use a piece of lettuce or something. onion or well, no, you wouldn't want to use onion. Throw like orange peel in there. The pine is got. I like the pine flavor. Start my own cigarette company. Put pine needles in the cigarettes. Or nah, that'd be too harsh on the lungs. The yeah, it's funny how fucking Obama banned fucking clove cigarettes, even though I don't really smoke those or anything, but he banned them even though he was a smoker. He was in commies are so fucking fascist. You know, I was listening to that Andrew Wilson thing earlier, some sort of debate, just out of morbid curiosity on what people think is popular. I mean, it seemed like it was entertaining, but it was like he was arguing with these little douchebags. I didn't realize that. Well, anyways, the dude was a so-called liberal. Keep in mind that modern word liberal means commie, and I said that in the comments over there over and over because fucking the dude was fucking commie. He was pretending like he was pro America or something, but and then at some point of the debate he said that he was a commie. That's what he said, uh, and that I would have threw it in the dude's face like, oh, you just said you're a commie. Like you talking about America, communism is trying to destroy America. There's a fucking all sorts of congressional records about communists trying to destroy our country. Bunch of fucking communists, bunch of fucking Nazis, all sorts of fucking people that want to just fucking all sorts of bullshit. Fucking they don't want to just let us be. Uh, we're not allowed to be free. These motherfuckers. I can't even buy a fucking cigarette that doesn't have that fucking bullshit in it. The fucking that fucking fireproof bullshit. On the internet, it said the bullshit was only in the paper of the cigarette. So I rolled it up in a different paper, and it still fucking went out. But I mean, I did buy some. If you buy the small bags of tobacco, your own filters, it doesn't have the fireproof shit in it. But it's crazy. It's like, I remember my dad used to be pro America and pro Constitution, and that, excuse me, he used to be pro America, and that I remember when I was a kid, he'd ride around without a seatbelt and be like, "Oh fuck that, I'm not wearing a seatbelt," and like he still does, but which I always wear my seatbelt because fucking I ain't trying to die or some shit in a car accident, which fucking the I mean, my girlfriend somehow is she was in car accidents. She wasn't driving, and that she's like a fucking miracle that she's fucking made it through that shit. Fucking bunch of idiots. I don't know who the fuck she's hanging out with before I met her, but those people were all garbage. But so the yeah, so my dad would be like, I ain't wearing no seatbelt. It's fucking bullshit. And can anybody answer why it's bullshit? Because I'm not saying, and we're not talking about safety. We're talking about legal stuff. It's bullshit because if you don't wear it, they charge you money, and that something that's not doesn't have an injured party is not a crime, and that they're they're attaching a tax onto you wearing a seatbelt, and so that tax is without representation, and that fucking it's also an ex ex part what the fuck is that called ex ex parto no damn it I can't think of the Latin right now fuck ex facto law, or, so after the fact they can attach a tax after the fact, you know ex post facto. You always want to carry a constitution in your pocket because the if you ever get harassed, simply ask, "May I reach into my pocket for my constitution?" and then they look at you weird, and then you just bust it out real slow, and be like, well, it says here in the Fourth Amendment that I have the right to, not had fucking my pockets ran through like some kind of fucking piece of shit, unless there's some kind of warrant or something, or probable cause. But so, and I've told these stories before, just for walking down the street, not doing anything, just fucking walking down the street, getting harassed in the city. Uh, but so just imagine you're walking on the street, walking home at night. They stop you and accuse you of doing all sorts of crazy shit. Keep in mind, this is all like over 20 years ago. Happened over and over, and it was like, what the fuck? Even like 15 years ago, I was still getting harassed just for fucking walking down the street. The wait, what are you guys ordering? Yeah, so let's see here. I guess let's just go on with this. What's my drink at? Mental hygiene was heavily subsidized, blah, blah. Further, it was Dr. Alexis Carroll, the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research in the U.S. And a Nobel Prize winner who so loudly applauded the actions of the Germans and blatantly advocated mass murder of mental patients and prisoners. End quote. Jesus. In the book Man the Unknown, 1935, Carroll wrote, quote, why should society not dispose of criminals and the insane in a more economical manner? Those who have murdered, robbed, while armed with blah blah, blah blah, and despoiled poor of their savings, misled the public in important matters, should be humanely and economically disposed of in small euthanistic institutions supplied with proper gases. Similar treatment could be advantageously applied to the insane guilty of criminal acts. End quote. Just keep in mind that these psychologists in Europe were deeming anything they wanted. Fucking, it was just a fucking mirror of the fucking Malleus Maleficorum of the fucking Rome. Malleus Maleficorum, the witch's hammer. We think that these keep in mind that there's real Satanists and stuff, but a lot of the people were probably just apothecaries. Apothecaries just study of plants and stuff. And so they deemed whoever they wanted as pieces of shit, and then they fucking roasted their asses. Also, greatly supporting the eugenics movement was the Carnegie Institution, which funded the Cold Spring Harbor laboratory that conducted eugenic research experiments. The institution was headed by Skull and Bones member Daniel Coit Gilman, who was succeeded by John Campbell Merriam. His brother was Charles Merriam. This latter, Merriam, from 1923 to 1940, was chairman of the political science department of the University of Chicago, which is a Rockefeller created and funded institution. I tried to get Jonah to read these articles. I tried to get like everybody to read these articles. 1931. Oh, cigarette strong. Ooh. The book New Aspects of Politics, which he indicated control is likely in the future to breed whatever type of human being is desired to have. Strange beasts of burden. Keep in mind that beasts of burden quote. Beasts of burden. Cooper used to quote the rest of that in the fucking beasts of burden and steaks on the table. That's what the rest of it is. You want to be a steak on a table? Because that's what these socialist engineers are fucking talking about. Steaks on a fucking table. Beasts of burden. Steaks on a table of their own consent. Their own free will and accord, just like any secret society you enter into. Just like any sort of thing that has to do with these consciousness cults. You enter into of your own free will and accord. So they trick us into fucking all their bullshit, you know, because who knows what the V thing is really about. V is in you know, my cord is hitting on my hoodie. You know, because they could be breeding whatever fucking type of human is desired. They could be genetically altering people. We're on part 15. They could be doing it for years through the milk, through all sorts of shit. You know, and this is speculation, so censors don't fucking freak out on me, man. Nah. Name my cigarettes right now. Oh, bitch. Take a drink. Regarding the question, blah blah, accept legal principles. I think I'm gonna skip that part. Yeah, they did ban the Bible. The B'nai B'rith banned the Bible. The ADL, the Mafia. They're like, we can't have this. We can't have people with ethics. We need secular humanism, situational ethics. Situational ethics, because they'll you can learn about any other religion in school, the Roman religion, Zeus, and all that. But the keep in mind, I don't have a religion. I'm not pushing any religion or anything. But the case in the court case, the ADL, where they banned the Bible from the classroom, it was all about some teacher that the students were taking a test. The teacher was simply sitting at his desk reading the Bible. He wasn't reading it out loud. He was just sitting there reading it at his desk while they were taking a test. You know, and I don't really see anything wrong with that. And that's fucked up that they would, you know, because they could do that with anything. You could be reading about fucking vaccines or something. They start banning that. Oh, you know, they ban all sorts of books. Let's see here, blah blah. Keep in mind, Cooper does like a 4-6 piece part, 6 hour, 6 episodes about the ADL. Maybe it's four, one or two. Damn it! Oh, my camera froze. Okay. Yeah, I gotta take a leak. I was hoping somebody would jump on so I could go take a leak real quick while they. Surprised that Dan and Ellie didn't show up. Let's see here. Yeah, Jonas passed out. Where Geo is awake. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so let's see. People are all upset about my post. I'm trying 16,000 people. That's not very many, but well, I gotta take a leak real quick. I'll be right back. Uno momento. Ugh. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Recently, I had a 4-part series, blah blah, concerning the Statue of Liberty. It's no doubt, blah blah. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of their concealed god. It's not the god of old school masonry either. The Grand Orient of France gifted it. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Augusta Bertoldi, the Egyptian goddess Isis. 'Cause remember that the Illuminati is the concealed worship of Isis. That the French practiced it during the French Revolution when they orgied out with some whores in the fucking Notre Dame, and that the OTO also practices the same religion, the worship of the goddess through their cult priestess, who they all orgy out with. And that this ancient uh, dark practice has been done since the dawn of time by these occultists. Back to Babylon, the worship of Astarte, the goddess, uh, which some people on Twitter think is some sort of good thing, but they don't understand how it's a very dark history. Uh, well, the mystery schools and some of the initiations, there's a statue holding a stone book that's blank. Wait, I don't remember if the book is blank. Fuck. Either way, the book is. I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's connected, but okay. Well, let's see. Oh, so they plan to have it under the Suez Canal. Suez Canal. That's excuse me. Well, that's interesting. They plan to. I thought that was. I didn't know that was right there. I was thinking Mexico. Good thing I looked it up. Yeah, the Suez Canal, Colossus of Rhodes. Yeah, the yep. Bertoldi was initiated into the Grand Orient Freemasons 1875. Grand Orient was involved in the conceptualization of the what was the SL Statue of Liberty, including the 7-pointed rays of light emanating from the statue's head. Remember that the consciousness cults have 7 colors, 7 races, 7 fucking like that. Have join back up. 7 races. What they say the term subhuman races. So they're talking about us. We're all trash to them. We're all steaks on a fucking table. Exactly like the ancient engravings of the Assyrian Babylonian equivalent of Isis named Semiramis, the Masonic keystone of her left hand, in her left hand. Freemason Henry Martin encouraged the project. Bartholdi even convened his lodge on June 19th, 1884, to review the SL before Statue of Liberty before it was shown to the U.S. committee. Keep in mind that the Grand Orient of France. Keep in mind Ordo Templo Orientis Oriental, the Grand Orient, Babylon, the Great, the also keep in mind that the founding fathers they had the seal before 1782, and that their seal was not to the goddess, but it was to the son of the god, the chief cornerstone. The same symbol of in the old Masons of Haram Abif is the same symbol as Jesus, the chief cornerstone. And the occult, they had perverted the doctrine. They had changed it. I've talked about this with Robert Hieronymus, who's a member of co-masonry. He's very well, he knows a lot of people, and that I think that he's well, I proposed the idea that there were two Illuminatis, Weishaupt's and then American, and that the American one was good, and that the Weishaupt's was bad, and that the because it's clearly apparent that, well, I'm not going to get into that. Most of the founding fathers were good, and that they made this nation to free people from England, and that Thomas Paine wrote in a letter that he wanted to make he wanted to stop slavery of black people, and that he wrote it in a letter. I've shown the letter before. He doesn't say it in those exact words, but that's what he's saying. Uh, and that if you read the book, the Free Negro in Maryland, you'll see that there are more free black people in Maryland in the United States in 1775 than there were in fucking any other city of the world. That the first victim of the Revolutionary War was, you know, three white dudes and their black friend in Boston. And so, people aren't aware of this. They haven't done their homework. And because there's a lot of people that think that just because they're black that they shouldn't be pro-American and all this stuff, but they don't understand. America is where they freed the slaves. They may have later turned us all into slaves, but the fact that the Civil War was fought, because Lincoln didn't want to fight the Civil War because he didn't even care. He only had it happen because of the people. The people wanted it. The people of the North, and that the the Northerners were like, "Fuck that." There's still tunnels in Michigan of the Underground Railroad that they snuck them to Canada because even the North was compromised by a bunch of KKK and a bunch of bullshit. Where was I here? Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. Sunlight shines down Pennsylvania Avenue, striking the Pyramidion, top of the post office tower. Wait a minute. Let me take a look at it. The pyramid, though, is a different symbol than the obelisk. The obelisk is definitely a symbol of the goddess worship of the cults and the dark side. The pyramid, though, is the symbol of Jesus to the founding fathers. Even the Mormons stole the idea, and then they later stopped using it when the Brigham Young guy started taking over. Pretty sure was his name. What the fuck was I on? Post office PC pyramid. Okay, let's see if we can find a picture of this old office. Okay, here it is. So I'm assuming they're talking about the roof. Yeah, I'm assuming they're talking about the roof. Or Dennis Cuddy, he's talking about the roof. Who's this built? Domini. No, fuck, something. Is that X40? Wait, I'm out of touch with the something 47 or 97. I think something. I think no. I'm going to look that up later. Okay, what's going on here? I mean that angle of that building though looked like looked more like an obelisk than a fucking a pyramid. Let me go back to this post office pyramid. When was this built? Built in 1891. Okay, 1891. Well, that didn't have the same date on the thing. 'Cause that was a 7, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so 1891. That was, or a lot of the stuff. Oh, there's a chat. Pyramid as a capstone. Yeah, there was no stone on the top, but yeah, it wasn't really a pyramid. I mean, Cuddy could be getting a little bit superstitious with that one. Because I mean, the main obelisk in DC already lines up with the house, the temple. It doesn't line up with our capital. It lines up directly north and south with the house, the temple. I've shown it on the screen before. Which I think that the people who own the land for both of those were they were they were in cahoots, and that it's like I think that I think that the general that trained some of the military from the Revolutionary War, that he left Prussia because he didn't want none of that. He wanted to be free, and I think Prussia was, because Prussia was involved with the 1782 merging of the Scottish Rite, aka Egyptian Rite, into the with the Mizraim and the others. 1782 by Swedenborg, who was an Illuminati member. Uh, but so, and like the Illuminati, they seem to get their mittens and everything. Let's see, Charles Merriam. Role of politics and social change, 1936, explained how management of people would be part of the strategy of control. Powerly to manage and control world events through the dialectical process, first to support creation of the Soviet Union, and when the economic collapse, 1933 through 1933, of the Weimar Republic, which gave rise to Hitler and the Nazis, and as the countervailing antithesis to the Soviets. Concerning the concerning the Soviets, power elite agent Colonel Edward M. House entered into his diary in 1919 how he lied to world leaders about the impossibility of intervening militarily against the Soviets when he actually believed it would have been successful. Think of all the horrible things done under communism since that time. Understand that they did not have to occur. The power elite wanted communist regimes to exist as part of their dialectical process. Remember that in, in what's his name's book, fuck is that called? Foundation Letters by Brother 12, who he was a theosophist, Blavatsky's right hand man. He says right in the book, they made Bolshevism as the sword of Damocles, and he called it a quote unquote necessary evil. So the Theosophists were admitting they made it, and that the Theosophist is connected with the Ariosophy, connected with the Thule, and that connected to the fucking the occult side of the Nazis. Uh, and so I think I'm rolling a new joint. The occult side of the Nazis. So remember the Alice Bailey bullshit and all that stuff. The animal magnetism, the mesmerism turned into the animal magnetism, and then turned into the fucking the vril and the whatever that terminology that Alice Bailey says. It's all this Christ consciousness bullshit. It's all animal magnetism, hypnosis. The magnetic sleep was called hypnosis in old times. Or I said that backwards. Hypnosis was called the magnetic sleep. They were hypnotizing people. Hypnosis. They're still doing it today. You look at these Scientologists and shit, they're hypnotized. You know, same with all these different fucking a lot of the secret societies and religions. You know, I went to a what was it, a high school reunion for the class that I graduated in, and that there was a red haired chick there that was a fucking uh Mormon, and that there was real weird vibes. That lady, fucking Mormons got some weird shit going on, just like the fucking they're all cults. I mean, that's okay. So let me get back to this. In fact, beginning 1920s, U.S. intelligence had a file titled "Synarchist International, Nazi Communist." Quote. Oh wait. End quote. I can't read what that says. Uh, so, where was that? Including Dr. Hermann Urban, who joined the Nazis in Austria in 1926, became active as a Nazi spy in the U.S., Mexico, China, etc. Then also started working with the Soviets in the 1930s. During World War II, he worked for the Nazi Gestapo and Soviet agent Richard Sorge. And in 1950, he was in Iran, where Nazi Galen organization would help Alan Dulles overthrow the Mossadegh government in 1953. There, Urban converted from Judaism to Islam. Because remember that Islam is Hashashim, you know, and the Scientology might just be another branch of Hashashim, and that there's two sides to it. The because Hashashim divided into two. Okay, let's see here. To see how the power elite was in control of the Nazi movement, it was useful to look at Nazis, both useful and not useful to the power elite. For example, David Manshizada was an Iranian who moved to Germany in 1937. By 1939, he was working for the Persian program of Nazi Germany's Deutsche Radio. Next year, he began writing articles for the Nazi Party's Das Reich. He became a member of the SS and helped protect Führer's bunker in the Battle of Berlin. He even tried to look like Hitler. Is that yeah, I thought the link's broken. 1952, when Sizadiga was a co-founder of the Nazi Party in Iran called Sumka. What the fuck is that? Let's look that up real quick. Yeah, that's some kind of Nazi shit. The Sumka. Yeah, so I'll put it on the screen here. Some kind of, yeah, I've seen that symbol right there before. I've seen it on their fucking shit. That symbol is very close to another symbol. The double cross. Yeah, the red, white, and green flag. Red, white, green, and black. You notice the many countries in the area have red, white, and green flags. Let's see here. What is this? Sunka. Yeah, so I'm guessing that's supposed to be an eagle, but it's just drawn really shitty or something. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay. So yeah, we know there's some kind of fucking Islam Nazis. Beginning in 1948 via an operational code name Bedman. The U.S. indirectly funded Nazi supporters who are Iranian nationalists as a means of countering Soviet influence in Iran. However, when they and Manshizadeh's Sumka supported Iranian leader Mohammad Mossadegh's oil nationalization, the government's power elite wouldn't tolerate that. Instead, the Nazis, like those of the Galen organization, were acceptable to the power elite because they helped power elite agents like the CIA Ilan Dulles and Operation Ajax, overthrow the nationalist Mossadegh government in 1953, installing the Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi in his place. Pahlavi reversed oil nationalization and unofficially exiled Manshizadeh to Europe in 1953. But the power elite giveth, though the power elite can taketh away. So the power elite agent Zbigniew Brzezinski, as Carter's national security advisor, implemented a pan-Islamic crescent strategy in the late 1970s to serve as a buffer to the Soviet southern expansion. This meant that the fascists, according to author David Price Jones, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini replaced the Shah, who departed Iran on January 17, 1979. Khomeini being part wait Khomeini being fascist would have fit well with the secret Nazi plan. Remember also that a key component of this plan was to finance foreign nationals, e.g. Iranians and Iran, was a frontman to control key industries in those countries. In Iran, this may have been done with assistance by the GO. During Khomeini's takeover of Iran, Robert Gates, Obama's Secretary of Defense, participated in a meeting with Zbigniew Brzezinski, related how Zabriskie outlined the U.S. stance regarding the ouster of Shah and Khomeini's new Islamic revolutionary, very succinctly: acceptance of the revolution, recognition of Khomeini's government, supplies of arms contracted by Shah delivered to Khomeini, the future working relationship, end quote. According to Mike Evans and Jimmy Carter's book Jimmy Carter, The Liberal Left and World Chaos, former naval intelligence, I almost said neighbor, former naval intelligence officer, the CIA operative, informed him, quote, the U.S. government wrote checks to Khomeini with increments of approximately 150 million, end quote. The power elite Nazi frontman mentioned earlier may have helped to facilitate Khomeini's revolution and the mullahs rule today. Yeah, let me just roll my joint here. However, because what does this say? Initiation targets the unconscious. Hypnotism, suggestion. Yeah, let's see here. However, because this is part of the power elite's plan for world government, they will probably be in economic or military crisis in the not too distant future, caused by the power elite, which would coerce the mullahs to becoming less belligerent and sharing power with the former Shah's son, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who used to live in the U.S. who has lived in the U.S. since 1984. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. This weeds all falling on my fucking paper here. Yeah. Okay. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi was living. Additional information. Blah blah. What is the role of Iran? I think I read those. We read part of them but didn't finish them. Or no, I think I read them all. We'll see many examples of Iran being behind terrorist attacks against the U.S. And the fact that we did not respond to these by retaliating against Iran shows that our national leaders would really not in control of this country, but rather it is the power elite who is in control. Keep in mind, this was written in 2010. Okay. My camera freeze. My camera froze. Okay. Remember also that there is an occult element of the power elite's plans. I mentioned earlier in the series how Hitler had studied the occultist Madame Blavatsky. With her close friend Albert Pike, emphasize Gnostic principles. Remember the whatchamacallit Lodge of Europe, the brothels, their the rumors of Pike and his orgies, fucking these fucking what is that called? I mean, Pike turned Freemasonry into Illuminati. That's what he did. He was Illuminati. He preached Illuminati religion. They preach it to all their initiates, the upper and the lower natures, and all this. An advanced idea to basically make people believe that their natures is God, quote unquote. It's a transmutated belief. They're changing your beliefs when you join and when you learn these things. Beginning with the emanation of the deity of all spiritual beings, progressive to generation of these beings from emanation to emanation, redemption and return of all the purity of the Creator, and reestablishment of a primitive harmony of all. Gnosis referred to a secret knowledge obtained via the ancient mystery traditions whereby one could understand the spiritual forces behind things. Consult the last couple paragraphs of Albert Pike's book. He uses the word equilibrium about 15 times. Yeah, they believe the Christ tapped into the Gnosis. Hitler learned of this concept as a child 1899 at Lembach Abbey School, headed by Benedictine monk Theodore Hagin, who was familiar with Gnosticism, had an affinity for Sufism. This whole Christ consciousness thing is this is the New World Order Illuminati religion. And that Hitler believed in it, or it was at least taught it. Had an affinity for Sufism. Yeah, so the blah blah Islamic artwork. At the Abbey, Thanksgiving Square in Dallas contains. At the Abbey was a Cistercian monk, Adolf Joseph Lanz, who mentioned Hitler and founded the Order of the New Temple, like the Knights Templar. Lanz promoted Arianism, as had Blavatsky and Pike, and did the Gnostic Dual Society, which used Hitler as a spokesman. Keep in mind that their Templarism was not real Templarism, because the more ancient gnosis of Jesus had nothing to do with man being God, and there was no single gnosis. It was many gnosises through the different degrees of initiation. And that the gnosis was not man is God. Because the people wouldn't discuss about the great builder if they thought that they were the great builder. They can, and the Greek word for carpenter was not carpenter, it was builder. But the interestingly enough, in the Atbash cipher, the opposite word is deception. Also, keep in mind that Crowley called his OTO true Freemasonry. Because Freemasonry was the Templars, and he thought he was the true Freemasonry, but he was not the true Freemasonry, not the true Templars. The true Templars were not about disgusting acts of, and they weren't about this Aryan race shit. Nazi dual society, blah blah. As part of the Nazi plan, Christianity, the sense of salvation through Jesus, blah blah, replaced by the Nazi belief in salvation via obtaining gnosis, as described above. The Christ consciousness, man is God. That type of. I went into far detail about it before, and if anybody's got a question about it, I can go into further detail because I've studied their bullshit for fucking quite some time. Schiller was an occultist, former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. I forgot about this part. Damn, that's fucking weed. Gorbachev was an admirer of Nicholas Roerich, the Great White Brotherhood, and Lord Maitreya, the returned Christ, the consciousness. Fucking yeah, so you'll notice Alice Bailey says that shit. She was writing from the UN Lucis Trust. The UN fucking sponsors Baha'ism, which is the fucking Maitreya bullshit. Lord Maitreya. It's just another fucking alien cult bullshit. Fucking consciousness. Fucking deception. Fucking bunch of con artists pulling fucking brainwashing, hypnosis on the people, using them as fucking, oh, give all your money. Give all your money to the order. The let's see. Keep in mind the Catholic Church is the same bullshit. One of my friend's mom gave the Catholic Church $200,000 in a year. Or was it? No, I think it was 20,000. Either way, it was fucking insane. I was like, you give Rome that much money? What are you fucking? You know, I mean, I didn't say that, but I was just blown away. Like, what the fuck? You give Rome the fucking that just blows my mind. Yeah, so you believe it's a coincidence that Rockefeller was standing outside the University of Wisconsin cafeteria where he asked Wayne Peterson to be in the Peace Corps. Peterson returned from the Peace Corps in Brazil. Do you really believe in his parents' living room just happened to be Mel Layard, Nixon's Secretary of Defense, offering to get Peterson in the federal government? And from his position administering the Fulbright scholarship program, half bright. Do you really believe Peterson then just happened to start traveling around the country, e.g., the Merv Griffin TV show promoting Lord Maitreya? Yeah, I didn't know Gorbachev was. I forgot about that because I've read this before and fucking, old Gorbachev, Lord Maitreya. I wouldn't be surprised if Bush the first senior was fucking, both of them, both Skull and Bones. This whole cult of death, all this fucking bullshit, all these secret societies. You read the Skull and Bones oath; they hold their secret society oath before their country, before their oath, the Constitution. That's what people don't understand. It's like grown men take oaths, and that when they take those oaths, they mean something. And that fucking keep in mind, I've never taken no oaths, but so I guess I don't know nothing about that. No, so he's saying the hood. The before Ti said a stupid rap song. Uh, so yeah, but so on paper, just think about this is why I couldn't join Freemasonry because I was like, I'm not taking a blood oath. Fuck that. I'm not taking no oaths. I'm not religious or anything, but the Bible says don't take oaths. I mean, that's and I'm not talking bad about the oaths of the country. I'm talking bad about the oaths of the secret societies, and that if somebody's the secrets are very secret to these occult orders such as Masonry and etc. We don't know how far it goes or what kind of dark side trail it leads on, but I guarantee that that Freemasonry and the Scottish Rite, York Rite, are used as picking grounds for other occult orders. They, and that Crowley was a sick person. When I read about Crowley, I was just disturbed and disgusted by him. He was abusing animals, abusing people. Crowley was sick. He was very sick. He thought he was the reincarnation of Cagliostro, the fucking Illuminati member. Crowley and his fucking debauchery. They say that White Top was all about debauchery as well. Uh, yeah, I mean Ben Franklin was also, but Ben Franklin was just a dirty old man. He's like, "Oh, I'm at the brothel." Oh, I don't know what. I mean, people demonize about Ben Franklin for being the Hellfire Club and the Lodge of the Nine Muses, but the Lodge of the Nine Muses was about uh, it was about science, but and it wasn't about science that these fucking eugenicists. Uh, well, Crowley, anyway that hurts animals is disgusting. I mean, Crowley was hurting animals, and that Crowley was ritually sacrificing animals, and that if what Dana and JJ and people are saying about those best friends animal societies, because I think that that thing is fucked up. Because I remember when that first happened, my girlfriend was she was all into that case or whatever, and like and then I started helping her research that thing, and it was like just a cursory Google search. I found how much, because I was like, how much. Like, this place is kind of small. Like, how much money is going through this place? And I googled it, and it was an insane amount of money. And that fucking people are sick and twisted. The things that they do for their religion, uh, religion is evil. I mean, technically, Christianity was the first anti-religion. It knew of the evils of religions and it warned about them. The pagan religions, the fucking it was simply a moral of ethics and metaphor stories of the stars and stories of how to be a good person. Don't judge people. Uh, you know, don't steal and shit. That type of stuff. All right, so back to this Maitreya stuff. Lord Maitreya, fucking the Christ consciousness, Oprah's religion. She's got the Christ consciousness, and she's got a whole bunch of money, and she's gonna make you think that because she's just an outer echelon. All these people that say they're super rich, they're not really super rich. The real money is never gonna reveal itself in its true wealth, because I guarantee there's a ton more money out there than what they say is. All that gold and silver. If somebody's got a metal detector in a boat, they can search Lake Michigan. There's a boat full of gold that sank back like 150 years ago or something. Giant ship full of silver. Wait, did I say gold? I meant silver. Yeah. Let's see here. Mid-century, relevant to this. Remember the spiritual aspect. Plan New World Order is the first one listed on the following quote from 1959 panel report. Rockefeller Brothers Fund Special Studies Project titled The Mid-Century Challenge of the U.S. Foreign Policy. Quote, we should not escape and indeed should welcome the task which history has imposed on us. This is the task of helping to shape the New World Order in all its dimensions, spiritual, economical, and political and social, end quote. So remember earlier when I was talking about those Nazis and their fucking organ harvesting, what are they doing in Canada with the fucking the maid machines? What are they doing with those people? What are they doing after those people perish from the maid program? Those people are having their organs harvested. That if you rewind the episode, you go back and listen to that where I was at that page about fucking organ harvesting. This shit ain't no joke. China's fucking China's doing all sorts of unnecessary surgeries to people. Oh, you don't want that? You looking to get rid of that? Let me get that liver. That's what China's doing. Let me just take a lung out. Fucking take a kidney, and then we'll give it to somebody else who needs it. Ooh, and they're making tons of money off that shit. China Uncensored documented it. I'm surprised China Uncensored hasn't been taken off YouTube, because China Uncensored is fucking. That's the only shit I ever listened to. China Uncensored, America Uncovered. I mean, I don't agree with everything the dude says, but it's. I mean, I listen to some people's stuff that you know I, that I friends with on Twitter and stuff, but like the China Uncensored, this whole China war stuff is crazy. Fucking China. China's fucking China's just fucked up. Those people are like fucking passing around fake eggs and fake rice, plastic fish, all sorts of plastic shit. There's all sorts of videos where there's all this food in Asia that's fucking made out of plastic. These people are making counterfeit food. They're so poor they're making fake food out of plastic. And then people are getting tricked into eating it. And fucking that shit is that shit's fucked up, you know. And the great country of China is knowing shit about it. They're just letting all these fucking cons go on. That fucking Winnie the Pooh motherfucker, he's probably in the fucking Christ consciousness cult as well. With all these other fucking maniac pieces of shit. Fucking Gorbachev and Hitler, both with the Christ consciousness. Fucking their fucking consciousness evolution. The It's just fucking bullshit, because I've known about this shit forever. This fucking like 17 years, fucking sitting here trying to like sift through all Cooper's fucking madness, sift through all the bullshit, sift through it all and find the good parts about this world government. I'm smoking a cigarette. Fucking smoke one more cigarette. I need to quit. I'm just yeah, the New World Order. Yeah, New World Order. It's been going on for quite some time. Quite some time. What's the part? Here we go. Quite some time. Okay. There's a lot of this whole stuff about cover-ups, MI6, and all sorts of shit. Fucking they've been doing all sorts of crazy shit since fucking even since the 1800s. Like that whole actor fucking John Wilkes Booth, Knights of Gold Circle. That shit ain't no. He was a fucking agent. He was snuck out of the country. The person that was found in the barn where they claimed John Wilkes Booth was found was red haired. John Wilkes Booth did not have red hair. And fucking I got my shitty cigarette roller here thing. Actually worked pretty good. Cigarette roller. Yeah. This is actually I've been smoking this. I'm part Native American, so it's good for me. No. Brought to you by tobacco. Uh, yeah, the okay. You need to just roll a bunch at once and just put them in some kind of old pack. Pack them that way. what was I saying? Yeah, the whole Christ consciousness bullshit. The fucking Baha'i temples all white. The Great White Lodge of these fucking occultists. They're fucking bullshit. You know, it's like Cooper. He's talking about their fucking. He calls their secret religion gobbledygook. And he's like, "Oh, I'm the only one out here trying to fucking decipher this fucking gobbledygook. They think nobody can do it, you know." But the reading all their books and shit, because like Ralph Epperson, I think that, no offense to him, I think that he's way off base with this conspiracy, and that well, I took the old shows down because nobody's watching them. I was gonna re-release them one at a time. Maybe I'll get some more views off them. Uh, where was I at? Yeah, I think I was gonna download them and then put them in upload them in the video section, so then they're on the subscription feed. I might edit them, but I'll probably also, you know, not me. I don't know. I mean, I should probably edit them. Harry said bad words so many times that fucking, you know, yeah. Well, the Knights of the Golden Circle ain't no joke. Let me bring up their. They got the 9-pointed star right on their shit, just like the fucking Baha'is. They're fucking running game on us. That's old school hood terminology from 2001. Running game on motherfuckers. Okay, Knights of the Golden Circle. Where's their temple picture? Knights of the Golden Circle. There's a picture where it shows. I've showed it on the episodes before. The Knights of the Golden Circle book. God damn it! Let me see if I can bring it up on my phone. I'm pretty sure it's on the phone. Knights of the Golden Circle. Where the fuck is that at? Cause I remember I saved a series of pictures from a book. Because there could be Knights of the Golden Circle gold in Michigan. Here's the Baha'i symbol. You see 9-pointed star, the Ennead of the goddess, Temple of Isis, and this is a pillar, but it's shown from above. A pillar with 9 sides. The occults use pillars for their symbology. I mean, that's a long story. Here it is, right here. Damn it! I was thinking of a different one. This one does have the sun, and then the sun, though. The 2 suns. Oh, God damn it! Everything's fucking up. I'll just have to bring the pictures up later. But they got the skull and bones on the left, and the fucking moon on the right. The delta symbol, R, the R in the center. The where is it at? Fucking well, I think I'm thinking of a different cult. I think I was thinking of the Mason Egyptian Rite or Grand Orient Lodge. Let's see here. What time is it? I've been on here a long time. Okay, so I mean that's why that Lost Light series by Cooper is so relevant. That Lost Light book by Alvin Boyd Kuhn. He's talking about mystery religion. He's talking about what they believe. And it's like what Cooper says, what they believe is important. Yeah, it looks like Harry's awake somehow. I'm gonna send him a thing. Uh what they believe is important because it affects us because they're the ones with all the money, all the power. Uh, they're the ones fucking running game on us. We're talking about the Christ consciousness cult. Now it's on the screen. Uh, That's the thing. I couldn't just believe Cooper's work. I had to verify it. I had to make sure. I had to look in the books with the quotes. I had to find and source every quote, and this is why people don't understand. Because when you find and source the quotes, you find other stuff about this consciousness cult. See, the stuff I talk about this consciousness cult is further than Cooper went in this part of the research. He was more versed in the New World Order stuff, and the research on the Christ consciousness cults was he was very far into it, but it wasn't his. He didn't get as far because he wasn't mentioning certain quotes that I've mentioned before. He talks about the Baha'ism. He didn't understand the Ennead. I mean, he knew what the Ennead was, but he didn't link it together with their symbol, the 9 points. When they show the nine hidden masters, superiore incognito. Uh, the the whole thing about it, this consciousness stuff through this Osirian cult, which claims to be the cult of Osiris, but doesn't preach anything but the philosophy of man and God, which you seen earlier in this document of Dennis Cuddy's, was a religion taught to by Hitler in 1919 at some school in Germany. Cooper had Cuddy on his radio show before as well. Ouch. It's fucking hot. He had Cuddy on his radio show a couple times, and Dennis Cuddy. That's where I found this research because this is from 2010, and I was into the Cooper before 2010, 2007. So I mean, I had fucking what is that? It's like 2026, 63. Yeah, that's fucking 19 years. 19 years. I've been thinking about these conspiracies, trying to verify them. Because intelligence is everything. Knowledge is power. That's who the fuck said that? Uh, Sir, what's his name said that? Knowledge is power. If you don't know the knowledge of the conspiracy, then there's not a lot there is to say. It's like my leftist friend who, uh, thinks he knows everything or something, and like he refuses to read the conspiracies. He refuses to listen to anything. Uh, well, Cooper's dead, so he can't laugh. So because he's an idiot. His life was more valuable than his stupid case against taxes. That's why I always say do everything that the New World Order wants you to do. Pay your taxes and fucking be a good sheeple, That fucking otherwise they'll make an example out of you. You know. Damn, my back hurts. I might get off here. I don't think there's gonna be any guests. I probably smoke one more joint. Well, I guess I'll wait a second, see if Harry comes in. What time did he message me? At 2? Nah, he's probably asleep. Okay, yeah. So, New World Order and its atrocities. It's that these eugenic systems. Remember, Margaret Singer was connected to the Lucis Trust. These eugenicists that, well, I guess this, what's on the screen doesn't really have anything to do with the price of rice in China. Let's see here. Let's see. I think I'll drink some more soda. Okay, so well, so I was going to talk about the Christ consciousness cult a little more before I get into the Cuddy stuff. Let me take this off the screen. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Conspiracy cult. Where's the keyboard? Okay. Sorry for the delay. BHAI. Well, no, that's. I don't think I labeled shit. Too many letters. Okay. Yeah. So the I mean, maybe I should bust out one of the books. Let's see. Here we go. From the mouth of the beast itself. Let's see here. Full. Okay. Share screen. Right here. Ah, fuck, wrong button. All right, sorry. Never thought I would need more than 2 screens. Okay, there it is. There she be. Let's see. Oops. Okay, how do you join for a minute? What do you mean? Well, I mean, you could join if you want. Never joined before. What changes today? Okay. So here, let me just zoom in on this fucking bastard here. This is from LuciusTrust.org. The Lucius Trust. Why was it that Rockefeller gave that fucking that scientist researching alien abduction phenomenon? He gave him millions of dollars for the research. Why was it? Okay, so text is a pamphlet taken about Ellis Bailey, Lucis Trust, the Transcendent, God. Whoa. Blah blah. Sri Krishna speaking as God. Excuse me. The God transcendent dominating. Blah blah. I'm surprised she hasn't used the word consciousness 5 times already. Slowly droning upon awakening consciousness of humanity. See, this is a consciousness cult. They all the fucking alien bullshit, all the religious bullshit. Well, not all of it, but most of it seems to be consciousness cults. The great paralleling truth of God. Da da da. through human beings portrayed the nature of divine eminence, person of Christ. So their quote unquote return of Christ, quote unquote, is not fucking a return of an individual. It's a return of a consciousness to the masses. That's why the New World Order is propagating such a. Well, let's see here. We got a guest. What's going on? Can you hear me? Ouch. Okay. Sorry, I pushed the button because that was really loud. Let me just turn my audio down. I think it's way up because I was listening to. Okay. There we go. Okay. Can you hear me? Let's see. Are you? Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, what's going on?
Not much, bro.
Oh yeah. So what made you decide to come on this evening?
Just pretty bored, bro.
Oh yeah. Well, so you have any questions about consciousness cult stuff or the fucking Christ consciousness religion of these Illuminists?
Yeah, not offhand. Let me think for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, so notice it's talking about Paul at the bottom. The occultists always talk about Paul.
Yeah, what's that?
Because he was preaching the Christ consciousness stuff. That's what the Romans put in there, Council Nicaea. Yeah, see right there, Christ is in us, the hope of glory. They use the verses to push their religion. It's like it's like these ideas of entering in of your own free will and accord to these ideologies, these consciousness cults. They considered that magic back then. The control of the people. The Irish and Scottish called it the church Circes because the people would be turned into animals by the doctrine, and then the church would feed off them. And Circes was the equivalent of the Egyptian Isis and the equivalent of Astarte of Babylon and Ceramimus, whatever the fuck her name is. Ceramimus fed her. Semiramis fed her child with fire from her fingertips and dwell in Babylon in the fire in the fucking 3 days and 3 nights. She was like an opposite god to the Jesus god. She was
Yeah,
like the
that's what I'm
devil.
really interested in. It's like that kind of shit. I like the occult stuff, bro. You gotta stick to the occult shit, the Masonic stuff.
Well, it's their story is all they perverted the doctrine. The true symbol of Isis was not what was matter, and that that matter and her sister was spirit. The two mixed and made the world, which then birthed the universe, or the two birthed the universe, which is the symbol of the you know that it's like all the people they created these versions of the occult for the profane, that they would have them practice it not knowing the meaning, and that the true meaning was never in the initiations at all. It was about the consciousness reformation, and that the control of the adepts through this consciousness cult, that damn, I want to roll another joint. Or wait, I think I lit up an old one. It's like that's what they show in the Conan the Barbarian with the guy that plays Darth Vader. He points to the cliff, and he tells Conan, he's like, "You, the real power of steel is the flesh. And then he says, look, and there's a girl, and she jumps off the cliff and dies. And he said, see the power of the word. The word becomes flesh. And that this is what the occult meaning of this stuff is. This whole word become flesh. It's a symbol of magic. And then it's deception, the art of deception. That they deceive the people to believe things, and push them into doing them, and that fucking these consciousness cults, I think, are behind the murder sprees and stuff we see on the news, and like fucking because those people, they think they're on drugs, but I think they're hypnotized.
Yeah, fucking the 09A, definitely. Yeah, I haven't heard you talk about the 09A yet.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the. I've dug into all the Satanist stuff. It's all the. I consider it all the same stuff basically, with just different variations. It's all different shades of the fucking same shit. Fucking their reaching of enlightenment through evil instead of good, you know, charities and stuff. The what the fuck is this one? Okay, there it is. This one tastes like silver haze.
Yeah, the one thing I'll remember is the pan worshippers are like the bad side, and the Luciferians are on the good side. I remember you said that. You're talking about the Ninth Gate movie.
Well,
So Luciferianism isn't bad, bro.
what's in the well, the thing is, it's the whole man is God thing is the original form of it was not what people think it was. It was a perversion of that's why I go back to that story about the raven uh and the religion of the native people of the west coast and the north, that the raven uh it was the raven, it's the same story as Osiris, same story as all the other ones. It's the raven is reborn through the great chief's daughter, who drinks the raven in a from a pine needle. She drinks a pine needle when she fetches water from a river, and that she rebirths the raven as the great chief's grandson, and that the great chief was storing a box, the box of the there's a Greek equivalent, that one box, what the fuck is that called, the mystery box.
Pandora's box.
Yeah, and that the box contained a great light which the great chief concealed, and that the raven convinced the chief to show him the light in the box, and then the chief showed him the light, and the raven took the light and then brought it to man, and that it was a symbol of
Same story of Prometheus.
yeah, but it seems as though the native stories have a stronger uh, symbology. Uh, it's like this dude that claimed to be Illuminati that I knew like over 20. Well, it's been a while, but he had a crazy story. But he believed the oldest pure form was the Nordic, but I think that he was a closet Nazi, and that
Yeah, he's got to be. He thinks that. Probably an Odinist. There's a ton of
yeah,
accelerationists, like Odinist people out there.
well, the
You should
vril
talk about that a bit more.
well,
Accelerationism.
the vril is the Odic force of the Nazis and Thule, which is the anal magnetism, the mesmerism. When I read that book, or the definition of hypnosis, it all became very clear. Where it's like, and especially learning that, reading the Napster Webster book, learning Mesmer was Illuminati, because I already knew about Mesmer, but I didn't know he was Illuminati. And it's like it's like the whole psychiatry thing split into two things. One is the Nazi eugenicist stuff, and the other was concealed hypnosis, which I think they went to great lengths to pretend like it was all nothing. Uh,
Yeah, I think hypnotism's real for sure.
yeah, you heard my story about seeing people hypnotized at the fucking when I was in
Nah,
school.
you know how I feel about some of your stories, bro.
Well, well,
You know
this
that
one,
one story though about Charles Manson in prison, and he gets the dudes to act like they're to feel like they're on heroin, but then the one
yeah, I've
dude
heard
that's never
that.
done heroin, he didn't have the effect. So that's
Yeah,
all that's hypnotism,
yeah.
bro.
They
He
can,
dude was a hypnotist.
well, they can make people. They could hypnotize you, and that you could be unhypnotized, and then a month or a year later, you could see what they programmed into you. The sub projects of the Navy or whatever was saying that in the declassified stuff, it was saying that the people she would see the lady would see the hypnotist come in her kitchen and then like snap his fingers or some shit or fucking, and then he would disappear, and then they would see these things. uh that's why the X-Files episode is so important, because it's like the funny episodes are the ones where they're really nailing it down, and that the because in the other show, either Millennium or the other one, I think it was Millennium, there was an episode that was funny. It was all about Scientology, and it said the whole groundwork for the whole occult organization, where it said Gupta is God, and Gupta in the episode was L. Ron Hubbard, and fucking because all the occult orders, they tell you you're God, but the leader of the order is also God.
Yeah, it's retarded. Hubbard, Scientology, he got that all from Crowley. I remember I also like watching a podcast or some shit, but Hubbard was definitely inspired by Crowley. And you know
Yeah.
Jack Parsons, every time he did a rocket launch, he would do Crowley's hymn to Pan. That's pretty crazy. Uh, there's a show called Strange Angel, and it's all about like Parsons and the occult shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't trust Anton Wilson, because Cooper says Anton Wilson was at the parties for Crowley with Jack Parsons in Florida.
Yeah,
Anton Wilson, the Illuminati series, downplays Illuminati.
I don't know. Crowley was a genius though.
Well, he was smart, but he had a blabbermouth. But he was also disgusting. The animal stuff that he would do, the stuff he would do to people, uh, it's just downright fucked up. But he says about, because when he mentions the coming eon of Horus the Conquering Child, he's talking about the new Christ consciousness that's coming, that they will induce into the masses of sheeple, and that because you go to, I'm sure you know people who are like some kind of festival people. They all fucking believe that shit. That fucking man is God, Christ consciousness shit.
Yeah, it's appealing. Fucking uh, I got the Lucifer sigil tatted, bro. But I was like 19.
Well, I think it was just they were inverting the Irish Grand Lodge of Ireland, of the Masons, to try to demonize it. That's what I think the Illuminati copies and reverses everything. They change the doctrine, they switch it up to the consciousness stuff instead of stuff about being a good person and studying the archaeology. Uh,
Yeah, they're devolving humanity. I think the Golden Dawn was like one of the only actual good secret societies. They're trying to uplift humanity,
well, I
and
mean, they
that's
were
why they
connected
kicked
with
Crowley out
Nazis
because he
too,
was too
though.
wicked.
Well, yeah, I don't think they were practicing. I think Crowley was their whole achieving the gnosis through good, you know, prosperous deeds and stuff. Like total opposite of Crowley and his, you know, his like abuse of people. The what, what was it? Well, there's some of the stuff about that Carly did. I don't even want to say in the air because it's just fucked up. The
Well, he wrote books about sacrificing kids, but who knows if he actually did that or not.
well the whole thing about his order, it's like no, what the fuck happened? It's like they were remaking Illuminati, and that and the Illuminati was the same thing as uh the OTO, and that they were using people, and that it all had these goals that people weren't aware of. And that's why it's all compartmentalized. That you could be a 33rd degree Mason and not know anything. The uh, about the inner workings of the Albert Pike's Lodge. The
No,
whole
33 is just honorary.
well, you gotta understand they're invoking the lower natures. They're they invoke it into the masses to control them, make them only think about emotions. So you see how the people, they're all they discuss is these emotionally triggering things that they see on the news and stuff, and that they're led towards more New World Order by the carrot on the stick, which is their emotions. They can lead people around. That's
Yeah, yeah,
how.
it's all order out of chaos. Because if people are all emotional and shit, it's easier to manipulate them.
Yeah.
I think so. They got to keep you in your lower nature, so that root chakra. So like even all the advertisements, like all the well, maybe not as much anymore, but like sexual stuff and advertisements, that's all root chakra. That's like lower
Well,
nature shit.
well, that old chakra stuff. That's, if you notice, it's got the rainbow colors of the spine. Those are the
It's
symbols.
the rainbow is the chakras reversed.
Well, it's the symbols of the consciousnesses, and the consciousness, once it reaches to the gold, according to Max Heindel, that's when you're illuminated, and they think that sulfur and mercury, all this stuff, mixed in your spine. They were referring to the silver cord as the spine, and that it's all symbols of this ancient anatomy cult that think that, because from my understanding, the symbols are way different than what they think they are. I found that out from that Mysteries of the Cathedral book by, what's his name? Maybe finish that.
I don't know. I think Kundalini yoga. I think that shit could be real.
Well, like there's nothing wrong with like karate and
Kundalini, like
stuff like that, but the Kundalini, that's part of the Christ consciousness cult. It's a piece of it. It's an artifact, and that they use these artifacts to manipulate the minds of the initiates. These it's like this thing about the Amazon with the witch doctors. They called this thing. They called it what the fuck was that word? It's some kind of tribal name. They were referring to a disease of language, and that they believed that the disease could only be contracted through the language, and that this is what's happening with these occult orders. Uh, they're they're giving people mental operating systems. Think of it like Windows or Linux or something, and then they're using those operating systems to manipulate the person through what they believe. And so that's why that's why you have to say you believe in God. You can only join Masons and all this stuff because you have to say you believe in God and all this, and fucking and that it the because they transmute that belief into the secular humanism that man is God, uh aka magic.
yeah, which is just making a change in reality in
Yeah, but
accordance with one's will.
well, they've tried to tell people that reality is your own reality in this whole thing. But they're
No, that is true though. Like psychologically,
well,
the
it's
mind is all. Your perception is fucking is everything.
well, scientists can't even locate the mind. they've tried to in those monkey experiments. They were dicing monkeys up like crazy. Rupert Sheldrake goes into
I don't know. What do you mean you don't believe in the mind?
it's a white man's word. It doesn't mean anything. It's a propaganda. It's a politician's word. It's like you know that movie. What's his name? What the fuck is that called? Shawshank Redemption. The
I've heard of it.
well, in the movie, the one dude, he's like rehabilitated. That's a politician's word. He's like, what does it even mean? And then they let him out.
Oh,
But that's the same shit. Same shit with this language they're using. They're calling people white and black. That's fucking the same shit. They're taking away. They're universalizing a meaning, so then they can use it. Because when a person thinks they're white or black, and
yeah,
they
like
call
white is associated with good and black is evil. That's kind of fucked.
well, it's like just the fact that the universalism is how they make people dig into the lies, because the liars always turn everything into one word means everything. Like that's what they're doing with these communists and these people that are new agers, that they think, oh, it's real to your reality. Oh.
No, that's true. Everyone is in their own world.
Yeah, but that's where the law of the jungles comes in, and fucking you go out in the woods at the wrong time and a fucking bear gets you or something, fucking a cougar or something, like
Yeah,
all of a sudden everything you've been taught is, like, useless. It's like, fuck. It's not my reality. Crunch, crunch.
yeah. Obviously, you can't make the bear disappear, but fucking like, if you're always thinking about some shit, you're gonna like see it. Like that one show with fuck's the
Well,
comedian dude, where he keeps seeing all the same numbers.
they, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, I think
He
they were
the same
making
guy
fun.
that was in the Truman Show. He's in a movie where he like keeps seeing the same number.
Well, he might be in the consciousness cult.
He for sure is. He went crazy on like an interview, and he was doing the fucking all see an eye, and then like he put his tongue through the eye, and he was just being super weird.
Yeah, he pretended to be all guru and shit. That's what they all do.
Yeah,
I'm a guru now. I'm gonna preach this. I've seen it 1,000 times. All these people preaching their different version of the fucking shit. It's like, no offense to the headless giant dude, but he's preaching the New World Order bullshit. It's like,
well, everyone over on Next Channel
yeah,
is on that side.
yeah, it's fucked up. I mean,
That
that's
Jin
why
dude's a
Jin
little
blocked me.
faggot, bro. I
Yeah,
fucking yo, he was always like I couldn't stand that dude's talk, and he just always came off as like pretentious, super
yeah. I mean,
pretentious.
he's
That dude.
mentally ill. I mean, that's.
No, actually, I was just
he,
I found a clip of the video of the broadcast where Harry and Jin, the crazy one, and then fucking I go to look for it yesterday, and all the broadcasts are gone. I'm like, what the fuck?
oh,
265. You gotta re-drop that one so I can go watch it.
oh yeah, yeah. I
That's
gotta.
what we did in there.
What was Yeah, did you see the episode where Nick got upset when it came on? It was
You
crazy.
gotta, no, I can never find that one either. Put those ones out.
It
You
was
gotta
it
drop
was
those.
I was just blown away. I was talking about Illuminati, Weishaupt's order. He thinks I'm talking about his religion, then he reveals that he's believing in the religion that they've manufactured.
Yeah, you gotta drop that.
That's why they kicked me off from End of Days, because that Christ consciousness lady was on. It's like,
Yeah, I saw that.
it just blows me away. Dean's all upset. Oh, you were rude to that lady. Like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, oh, he's fucking. I don't know. He's the people that delve into that.
Everyone's into it. Everyone's into the new age stuff.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to.
I admit it.
well, the lemming syndrome. I mean, that's what's going on. Everybody's fucking lemming. I believe nothing. I don't want to be part of anything. I just want to be free and fucking
Well,
have
that's
gold
dumb
and silver
though. You don't
money.
want to. You don't want to not believe in anything. Like, what's the point of
Well,
that?
I believe in ghosts. And I believe in God that made the universe, the Great Spirit. Yeah, I put tobacco on the rock for him. Out in the yard. The that's an old native thing. I just, it's not any tribe that I'm related to. I just think it's cool. Put some tobacco on the stone. I forget which direction though. But if you stand on any side of the stone, it could be it could be any direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like before my dad went retarded, before he turned into a fucking communist, he fucking just gave up on believing in the United States, the Constitution. He fucking was like, oh, he's like, he'd always just be like, oh, they're trying to pull a fast one. And it's like, it just means they're trying to trick you. And it's like he was very primitive. He's you know, he's an asshole, but I mean that's what all this stuff is in the long run. They're all trying to pull a fast one over everybody. They're trying to trick them. That's the religion, the art of deception. Yeah, that's the magic. That's how they get fucking Jack Ruby to kill Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, he was in the same cult. Uh, that they're crazy. I mean, this is all symptoms of the Hashashin. That they're initiates. Like that movie Conan. You also see it right on the movie. The newer. The fuck is that called? The newer Road Warrior movie, the second one.
I
The
don't know.
guy, you know, the Mad Max shit,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but it's like the new one, something Road, but it's the second one. But so the guy points to the person when the dude comes on the chariot, he's all red, the leader's all white. These are two symbols, and that he's it's two symbols of two secret societies which are merging, and that he points, but this before it happens, he points to the dude, and he's like jump, you know, and the dude fucking jumps with some kind of spear that's rigged or something, and fucking the dude perishes, and that fucking this is the same shit as the fucking Conan movie. The lady fucking jumps and fucking at the control of the fucking secret society's master, and that fucking that the but the merging of the secret societies, because in the end the colors red, black, and blue, red, black, and white, the three orders merged. The order of Saturnalis or whatever, Germany, the black order, the red order of Mars, the and the white order of the Great White Lodge of Sirius, the red, black, and the white. Nobody else has ever discussed this. This is where it comes from. The occult merging into the new order. They're on some crazy shit. uh,
Yeah, but it could be real though.
well, the well, I mean, if they're contacting demons or some shit, they're traitors to mankind. That regardless if it's demons or aliens, and they're fucking selling us out. Fucking, and that's all speculative, you know, because it could all just be a ruse, and it's all just fucking. I mean, that's the thing. That's where the Alex Gray things comes in. It's like Alex Gray's making that art, contact with some sort of international or interdimensional entities, fucking giving him some kind of secret language, and having the godhead of three faces, just like fucking Muhammad. which is the consciousness cult. The there was a lodge in that was found with it was found with a three-faced god, and that it was, I think it was the dark side of the Templars. That it was that was Muhammad, aka Pope Muhammad, aka Baphomet, but it wasn't the symbol of Eliphas Levi. That I think Eliphas Levi was Illuminati. He perverted the order, and then that's some of the first books I got into, like 17 years ago. It's Eliphas Levi, and then I was reading his books, and I'm just like trying to learn about magic, and all of a sudden he's talking about socialism, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, is the magic to put people under the spell of socialism?
Yeah, the magic's all just for that. Nah.
Well, I mean, there was some dude that was comment battling earlier on Twitter, and he came on for the show. He's from Jamaica. That I was just trying to give him a brief description of the New World Order, but so he used the word capitalist in a language that is identifiable with the Marxist theology, and that you can tell the people by their language. You can tell exactly what they think, and that the when they use the language, you know they're under the spell. That's I tried to tell Jin. I was like, "You're under the spell of the fucking Illuminati cult." I flat out told him to his face. I'm like, "You're all under it. Fucking, it doesn't matter if it's real or if it's some kind of psychology. They're all under it." And that it's just like the book Alice Bailey's. He says they will expel anyone who's not like-minded. That they will expel them. So I'm the true occult reject.
Yeah, he needs to rename that show.
Well,
he's cool.
He's so cool. I mean, I don't have no problem. I thought he was.
I liked how he was talking. I liked where he went on William Ramsey's show and was talking about the OTO.
Well, we got off on the wrong foot. I think Jin was just talking mad shit. Jin talked mad shit ever since I basically met him on End of Days. He's talking mad shit.
Yeah, no, Jin's still a little weirdo. He's like pretentious and dude's super weird.
Well, I can tell by what he says, he's fully indoctrinated to the New World Order fucking religion. It's just he's indoctrinated into the.
And they like the eugenics shit. Like, I remember he's being all racist and shit.
Yeah, he used the word Hyperborean. Usually people that use that word are racist.
I don't even know what that word means, but I remember the dude that came up here named Hyperborean. Remember that dude?
You remember that? Yeah, did you see both of them or just the one?
Probably both.
Yeah, he admitted to the out-of-body stuff on the Great White Lodge, and fucking he admitted he believed in the Nazi shit. And that
he claimed he was a Mason.
What's that?
Yeah, he claimed he was a Mason.
Well, I think he was. I know a lot of them, but I think that he was half in Phoenixville. But if he wasn't, it's because it goes along with the fucking induction phenomenon. The people go to a place all white, and that fucking they claim that their mind is taken from them, and that they have implanted memories, and that fucking it's like in the episode, the guy of the episode of X-Files, the dude fucking the pilot, he's eating the potatoes. He's like, I don't know if they're real. I don't know if this is real. I don't know if anything's real, because he'd been brainwashed so many times. It's like these levels of hypnosis. Think of them as different personalities. The person is hypnotized into a separate personality. Then that personality is compartmentalized into another personality. And that those personalities are all indoctrinated more and more into these systems of control. And that fucking once they're all locked into place with the fucking that they're fully they're mind slaves. Guten Tag.
What's up, Billy? Need to get Harry up here now. That'll be a show, bro. Yeah,
Well,
I'm
that's
hopping up here next time Harry gets up here. I'm gonna grill him.
well, I did invite him, so he must want.
Because how dare Harry
Harry.
be racist, bro? I mean, fucking look at him.
Well, I've been trying to teach him that racism isn't cool, and well, it's not even real. It's fucking. He admits that he doesn't really hate anyone. It's like, well, why do you
Yeah,
insult
he's just
people
like
then?
he's trying to be edgy, and he's like a fucking. He's like 50 plus.
Yeah, that's why I refuse to use any new words. I'm not trying to fucking pretend like I'm young or something. I'm fucking old.
24.
What's that?
I'm 24.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm like twice your age.
Yeah, I saw a funny a video popped up yesterday. If you waved around some nunchucks
Oh yeah.
from 10 years ago, it was pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So what were we talking about before that?
Fucking the Hive Consciousness, the Great White Lodge.
Yeah. They they're this whole thing is all the alien abduction phenomenon that they these people claim they're going to a white room and that some sort of entities are doing psychic surgery on them. That the cougar that I used to date was in one of these consciousness cults. Her mother was the head of the Eastern Star of
Yeah,
Michigan, and that she
I've heard
claimed
this story, bro. I don't.
was
Yeah,
she claimed that during some kind of $7,000 ceremony or some shit that she closed her eyes and seen an alien come do psychic surgery on her mind, and that I think that memory was implanted in her by some sort of hypnosis. She was fully into the Christ consciousness bullshit.
I thought you were gonna say she told you were an ascended master. I remember you
Yeah,
said
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. Well, they say all sorts of weird things. When I talked to that 32nd degree Mason to get the scholarship, he came to my house in a brand new Cadillac.
Is that a real
Fucking,
story? Like,
that's not a fake. I'm not
that's
lying. I swear to God.
that's
I swear
impressive.
on all my dead friends that fucking perished from being idiots. Fucking
You should have
talking about-
joined.
well, the order is the
Then
order
at
is
least you'd have some of the info. Fucking, you would have been inside.
I've still talked to many Masons that I've talked to many Masons 33rd degrees that there's stuff beyond masonry, and
Yeah,
that
I
is the
know.
Illuminati.
It's the high school, and then after that you join one of the other orders.
Well,
It's just
going
like the
beyond
screening process.
going beyond the veil is going beyond the 33rd degree, and that they say it's the veil when you enter, but it's not. The true veil is beyond, and that the true order, because that's why the Grand Master, what's his name in the 80s, Henry Clausen, he was warning of the orgies of Bacchus within the order. He was talking about the fucking OTO and the Illuminati, the orgies of Bacchus, the orgies of the sun god. What's his name? The guy that Cagliostro. He had orgies. Crowley thought he was the incarnate of Cagliostro. He had orgies. The Albert Pike was rumored to have orgies and created orgy lodges in
Yeah,
Europe.
what's that all about?
Well, they were doing what they were doing. The people were having sex, and that they were becoming immune to it, and that they were consciousness. They were evolutionizing their consciousness, quote unquote. They were making followers. They were making followers. It's all about control. That's the only secret. It's all about control. That's what everything is about. all the fucking Dark Orders. The Disney showed it in that stupid TV show with the witch. The witch used the people to get to the goal. The Order uses the people to get to the goal. And right in the show, they showed her right next to an obelisk turning green for Osiris, and that the obelisk for the goddess, the Sakar Isis, the weeping goddess. Sakar is Egyptian for weeping. The dove, which you see above the obelisk in Rome, the dove, the dove of Isis, the weeping bird, weeping for the god inside the pillar, Osiris.
Yeah, I didn't know the dove symbolized Isis. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's why the Eastern crux is Columba or Cygnus.
Oh, that's probably why fucking Crowley, something, the OTO or something, they had a dove in their thing, their symbol.
Wait,
you know
I'm
what I'm
getting mixed
talking
up.
about.
The Cygnus is for the birth or whatever. Yeah, Crowley had the dove right on his OTO symbol.
Yeah, I thought I remember that.
But are you looking for upcoming events? Are you planning to visit a convention or
This is
do you?
we're at the Lucis Trust website, documenting the Christ consciousness cult.
What is the website? Yeah, but secretly you're going to that without us, right?
The New World Order, main is God
Inside
stuff.
knowledge. What is this group about? Upcoming events. When is the next meeting of the meditation group? The Christ consciousness,
Well, we were
divine
talking about
in
something
us,
else. I mean,
all is in us, shadow working. I see your chakra and aura cult. You can become your own god. Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke another joint.
World Goodwill in social media. Goodwill meditation group.
What's
Come
that?
on. Where is this event? Do you go to this event?
Well, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
All right, I probably got one more joint left in me. Yeah. So how's Germany? Is the
Oh, we have a lot of snow. Snow everywhere. Snow.
Oh yeah,
But it's
is the
cool.
OTO there in Germany?
I don't know for sure. But since I know that it makes no difference between a Catholic mass and a Gnostic mass of the OTO, I go to the Catholic church. It is around the corner. It's the same, the OTO members say.
According to the mystery schools, that's the Sun Lodge, 3 degrees or 4 degrees. And that the Mercury Lodge is the first degree of the Blue Lodge. So the yellow becomes the blue, and then the blue becomes the other colors. Because all the different lodges are color coordinated.
Like the chakra and aura. Aura, chakra.
Yeah.
Awakening consciousness of humanity. Oh, this sounds like there's a Sadhguru from India. Flourish. Flourish. Humanity will flourish with awakening the soul of Mother Earth. But immanent, divinely pervading all forms. Oh, yeah.
Damn, where's my papers?
Have you forgotten to notice the date of the upcoming event?
We were getting at something with that OTO shit or something. What were we?
No, we were just talking about like Blavatsky and shit. And she had a newspaper called Lucifer Publishing, but then it was changed to Lucius Trust, right? But before that, it was Lucifer Publishing. That's pretty blatant.
Yeah. Well, she admits Lucifer is God in her Secret Doctrine book, and that Lucifer to her was the consciousness.
Yeah,
So the
it's all.
serpent. Yeah,
They
the
don't believe in
serpent.
actual Lucifer. It's just
Yeah.
Prometheus.
Well, the
He
serpent
freed humanity.
Well, it's the same symbol. The serpent with the fruit is the consciousness from the star Sirius. But the people warned of the Sirius cults in the Bible, the New Testament, when they said Astaroth. Devotees of Astarte, those who call themselves dogs, to the dog star. And that the Anubis, and that the
Right. Is Anubis a guidance god to the underworld? Do he guide souls to the underworld? Because I have heard the other day that on some cemeteries there are dead dogs buried in the northern corner, I think so, northwest corner. And they do this at the Catholic Church. They do this because they think the souls need a guidance. And you are familiar with the Babylonian cults and Egyptian deities and so on and so forth. The dog is the dog-headed Anubis. What is his role?
well, it's like you gotta understand, like in the reference in the Revelations book when it's talking about dogs of, it's talking about for without are dogs and whoremongers and idolaters who loveth to maketh a lie. And it's talking about dogs. It's talking about the devotees of Astarte, Astaroth, Semiramis, Ceramis. I don't know how to say her name. Isis, and the Illuminati is the resurrected worship of Isis, and it's no coincidence that the Islamic fucking radical fucking
Yeah, that's
terrorists.
crazy. The most evil organization. Yeah, it's just called
They,
ISIS. They
yeah, they
they
call themselves
reverse
ISIS.
everything.
They're not hiding anything. The the Hezbollah and Hamas doing the Nazi salute. That's not a coincidence. The that stuff with the Dennis Cuddy stuff about all these Nazis, and this is it's heavy duty stuff. Like I've tried to show it to people that were leftists, and they can't even understand it.
Yeah,
They can't, and that I mean, most people that I show it to can't understand it. They don't see the conspiracy that Cuddy's talking about, how vast it is. Because Rothschilds and Rockefellers and stuff, they're all members. They're all members of the fucking Great White Lodge on Sirius, the Christ consciousness cults. They're funding it. Rockefeller.
yeah. You believe in shape shifting reptilians?
Well, I don't believe in reptilians, but I mean, I had a weird dream once where, I mean, you could call it a reptilian.
You ever see that Arizona Wilder video?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
She was talking about like she saw them transform and shit and fucking eat babies in front of her. Should pull that up.
But there's
Arizona Wilder.
You ever seen the footage of
I've seen some weird videos of like Chris Brown at a dunk contest, and he shapeshifts, and it's a real video. Shit's weird.
Well, it could just be a camera mishap or some sort of digital glitch. I mean, that's the thing with the video of Bush first daughter on TV. Her face looks like it's changing, but like it's not moving around. It's not glitching on other parts of her where she's moving, or like the background seemed to be. It didn't. It was a weird glitch as it was the.
Yeah, I saw some weird ones where they're like They went all checkerboardy. I used to watch some weird. I used to find some good shit on YouTube, bro.
Well, that's
I don't really believe in that shit anymore, but it could be real.
well, some of the shit on the psychedelics looks all fucking checkerboardy and shit. Like fucking the people that see the stuff on the salvia.
There's a weird Young Thug music video where there's like a bunch of pentagrams and like girls painted in all checkerboard. I need you to pull that video up and decode it. It's called Up. The song called Up, Young Thug and Lil Uzi. You should pull that video up.
Well, there's an '80s one where it's all black and white checkerboardy. I don't know what that's called. Damn it, Todd would know. Damn it, I don't think I like this flavor of weed. I think I'll put it out. Let's see here. Yeah, trying to get Andrew Wilson on the other night. He said okay when I asked if he'd come on, but then he never replied or anything. But sure. It'd be interesting to
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, he's some kind of
No, I know who he is.
Yeah,
he like debates people.
Yeah, it's weird because he's always debating. Because I'm older than him. It's like not that matters or anything, but they're always debating all this silly stuff, you know, like all this, like everybody refuses to talk about the real deal. You know what I mean? Like fucking this Christ consciousness bullshit. These cults. I mean, it seems like JJ's on the same research, but he's studying a different shade of the Christ consciousness cults. But I mean, it all leads up to this serious stuff. That's all it leads up to, and that this is the alien cults. The fucking I mean, some of the alien cults lead up to Zebul Kanubi and all sorts of Zeta Reticuli and all sorts of different places, but the majority of them are serious. They're I mean, Harry knows about this, but he refuses to admit the Nazis are part of this serious Christ consciousness cult, and that because they were the Black Sun, serious. It's no mystery to any adept. Black hole sun.
Saying the Black Sun is serious.
What's that?
The Black Sun is serious.
Yeah. They're I mean,
yeah, because it is the sun of the sun.
Yeah.
So I guess the Black Sun. That makes sense.
Yeah, if you get the original copy of THX 1137, you'll find that you'll find that in THX 1137 at the end, or I think it's 1138 at the end, that there's two suns, and that the modern copies don't have the second sun, and fucking that they were. If you look at the golden circle stuff, there's two suns on it. Fucking they're the son of the sun. That you know, what's his name was even when I was talking to Robert Hieronymus, I could tell that he was an adept of which side, and that then I watched a video of him on the History Channel, and fucking he mentioned the son of the sun on the interview, and I was like, ooh, he's in, you know, because according to the research, the old Masons, that the whole, the east was the place of darkness and the north was Polaris, and that was where the light, or that was the direction, not the east. And so the oldest lodges in the Mayan Empire, the master of the lodge sat at the north, and the Babylonians condemned the god of the north, Adonai, who was the same symbol as the master of the lodge, Polaris, and that it's interesting. I mean, it's a long story. I mean, their symbology is right there with fucking you know, I'm pretty stoned. Are you still there? What's going on?
Yeah.
Let's.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, so what do you guys think of all
quite
this?
interesting because I never understood the serious thing. What came to my mind was when Nazis were more connected to Polaris, in my opinion, because when you
Well,
look at him, that there is a swastika is turning around. Or am I wrong?
well,
Anyways,
I mean, they were just well
you know,
versed in the
I believe
occult.
you know more than I do.
It's like the cross is the same. It's the same symbol in the long run. The cross of the universe, the balance. But it's like in the mystery school stuff of the Christians, the old Templar stuff that you know. I don't. The cross was uh, a symbol of something else. It wasn't a symbol of a. It was a symbol of the keystone because it was the. Wait, excuse me. Maybe I'm stoned. I'm confused and shit. Hold on, I'm gonna roll in a cigarette. Hey, quit smoking.
No worries. All is good. I'm reading the first time of my life the Wikipedia of Sirius, what I missed.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
serious. Well, I mean it's like that's where the Mormons go with the planet. Fucking it's where
Oh, look.
that's what the Order of the Solar Temple was. A serious cult. All those people were they
Mhm.
were deleted in 2 countries, the same order, within a year. The Order of the Solar Temple.
Yeah. What do you think that was about? Who killed him?
They were doing the same shit the fucking Nazis were in South America. That they were injecting hormones of the opposite sex. That
Yeah, but that's all like that's the whole androgyny thing. So that's just the duality, but they took it too crazy. I think that's what they were trying to do.
well, that's what the Nazis were engineering. Where the fuck is or at least fucking Mingala? Where the fuck is my lighter? Oh, there it is. Mingala is fucked up. I mean,
Mhm.
they think they're evolving mankind. You can't tamper with shit. You don't play with fire. You know what I mean? Like, uh, like if there is a God and you get in his way, you're gonna get crushed. That's all there is to it. That the you want to try to tamper with uh you know God or the Great Spirit will crush you. The
Well, I'm shocking. It is so shocking when I'm looking into the history of doctors. A lot of doctors in Europe and the United States have Nazi roots. And
yeah,
when I remember how many doctors went along 5 years ago with the vaccine shit, come on, and they are not changed their mind. I am afraid of doctors now.
Well, the Nazis were super smart.
well, I mean they were doing evil things. I mean the experiments they were doing. That one doctor was fucking starving people, like starving fucking they were taking the Hebrews children and starving them. That's fucked up. That's dark. Those
Absolutely.
places are probably haunted. Like fucking you probably want to find the most haunted places in the world. Go to that place. If it's your fucking, you'll be shitting bricks if you spend the night there. Uh,
The Nazis were not only Germans. In the United Kingdom, you have a lot till this day where the
well,
spirit comes from, and in
yeah, the
Canada,
spirits.
the Nazi mindset. And JJ said the other day about Area 51. he believes they making hybrids or cryptics there. What is your take on that on this
Well, I mean, if
cloning?
aliens are real, that's what they're doing. They're trying to repopulate. I mean, I'm not saying I believe in aliens, but that's what the conspiracy is.
Yeah, that's when you start to lose me. I like cryptids and shit, but it could be real. I mean,
Well, I've been studying it
who
since I was
knows?
a kid, since the '90s. I watched when Sightings came out. I've seen every episode.
Yeah, but bro, you ever see the Juan Files YouTube video channel?
Yeah,
He
that guy's
does
kind of
videos about like
immature.
the CIA made this dude believe in aliens and shit, but it was a fake the whole time. They were feeding fake info, so that's
Well,
why
I
I'm
would
kind of
believe
like not
that, but
believing it.
I seen the UFOs. I know it's real. I'm not saying the aliens are real. I know the UFOs are real.
Well, you don't know if it could be some military shit that's just advanced.
Yes, and the
Well,
land
if
is
it's
allegedly owned by the Mormons, and the
yeah, but
Mormons had ties to the Nazis from the beginning.
if
I'm
it
Yeah,
is,
not into aliens because bro, they're gonna do a fake alien invasion.
well, that's
This
what
is
the
all
Christ
for the fake
consciousness cult
alien
is.
invasion.
I have
That's what
the
the
same
Eon of
opinion.
Horus, the
I think they
conquering
make
child.
experiments there, which are not.
That's what Crowley was talking about. They're invoking the spirit into the masses. Excuse me. They're the spirit is
Curiosity and
one of rage, one of
well,
Mars, the Martian spirit, Mars, the god of war.
I think they
That's why they use
mix
the symbol of red.
human genes with animal gene pools, something like that.
Well, all
They
the
want to
fucking
create a super soldier.
well,
Maybe they, yeah.
all the radicalized Marxists who believe in the Christ consciousness are the fucking return of the Christ, the conquering child Horus, the fucking this it's the same bullshit. Fucking they're weaponizing stupidity. Uh, they've turned the Marxists into uh self-deletion empathy, where people are putting themselves in risk of their own lives to try to promote Marxism. Uh, this is whether it be like a spell or simply psychology that it's happening. People are insane. They're willing to give up their lives for something that doesn't exist,
Oh, this is
which is
horrible.
communism.
yeah, that
Yes,
made shit is crazy. I can't
everybody
believe that.
is now this reaction here, emotionally overloaded, and
Well, that's Illuminati. They're the lowest
it's
people.
not. Yeah, gone.
Yeah,
They are
yeah.
the fuck.
I'm
Well,
sure they believe someone that wants to delete themselves is like a lower. They don't even deserve. Yeah, I'm
well,
sure how they could. I know what they
they're
believe.
they're initiates without portfolio. They have no paperwork. They've been initiated. That's what Alice Bailey's talking about. The externalization of the hierarchy. She's externalizing the hierarchy, Mars, the god Mars, into the masses, into the sheeple who believe in the Christ consciousness. That's what they're doing. They're this is their plan. They say the word plan over and over in their books. The plan, the master, the plan. Fucking these people are wackos that fucking
So,
they
what's
hate
the end
America.
goal?
What's that?
What's their end goal? Do you know? Or
Their end goal is fucking to control us all into fucking world
Yeah.
socialism.
World
Uh,
domination.
they want fucking control from the cradle to the grave, control over your every aspect of your life, everything, everything you do, everything you believe, everything you believe. Uh, that's why we can't believe nothing, cause fucking it's all fucking baited. It's all fucking it's a trap. It's ideologies which trap you into their plan. It's like the I Ching. This is why Jin hates me because I know the I Ching more than him. When you come across this thing, there's two choices. You make no choice. You make no choice. Thus, we do nothing. I mean, technically, the because if we choose nothing, if we choose none of these ideologies, we can't be put under the spell of their dialect.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, that's how they roll.
Yeah, they're like masters of psychology.
Absolutely, yeah. They have figured out every niche about it, and their plan is so extraordinary perfect that there seems to be no outcome. But there is hope in it, because all their beliefs are based on pseudo science, pseudoscience, yeah, and
Yeah.
nothing is real. It is they have to make up a lot with propaganda and movies and something like that, because they are they believe, for example, that they can live forever by transferring their brain into a robot. Yeah, and then this is this person, but this is their belief system, for example. And I don't think so that it will work. And they have so many plans that are so made up with their own religious beliefs, what can't, in my opinion, not work in reality. And then another thing is, when all want to rule the world, only one can be king or queen. And so the infights becoming stronger and stronger. And a lot of them will destroy themselves.
Hmm.
This is the hope I
Oh, yeah.
have.
Ellie's
I
actually
don't think that
Vegeta.
they
No.
succeed in the end now.
Wait, sorry, what?
I don't think, but I don't believe that they will succeed in the end. Till, yeah, it will cost a lot of casualties and suffer, and a lot of people, especially those who will fight each other, who are now in this revolutionary mindset, civil war mindset. Let destroy the left, let destroy the right, let destroy the Muslims, the whoever, yeah, a lot of the Russians, anyways, yeah, and they will destroy. Yeah, it will maybe get bloody, but for the people who are aware who is the enemy,
Well, I mean,
and
the Islams are terrorists.
take not um, part in the fight on the streets and avoid certain places, certain cities, yeah, they will survive. But I have no crystal ball. It's only what happened in the past and my analytics to that, what others say as well. But
Hmm.
in the end, to rule the world with robotic and AI uh, and live forever by transcendence our brain into robots. Nah, no, I don't think that is.
What's like that intelligence agent dude, Earl Bryan, fucking, well, I don't know if he's for sure an agent, but I'm pretty sure he is. But like, I'm pretty sure that's the guy's name I'm thinking of. He was connected to that info technologies, and he was a neurosurgeon in the Phoenix program, and that he's connected with Neuralink. His company is. I was showing that the other night on the podcast. Well, not just Neuralink, but all the programs, and that I think that they're manufacturing some sort of microchips for implantations, and that the cyborg the cyborg wave will begin. I mean, that's to put it short. Long story short, the birth of the Borg.
Mm, this
Yeah,
nanochip.
Neuralink's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
Maybe this
straight out
will
of a
cause
sci-fi
this hive
movie.
mind. They need a hive-minded population. Yeah, maybe this will work in this way.
I think that's why they made that TV show, Pluribus. It's all about the battle of these people not trying to not be in the hive mind. And they're all in the hive mind. They're like, "Oh, it's so wonderful." I mean, we've all seen
Yeah,
people's
but the
fucking.
human body has immune response to all what is not familiar to the body, and now I think even this will not work. Some people say the nanochips are in the air, in the water, in the things we eat, we consume, in our cosmetics, and so on and so forth. And um, 10 years, for 10 years or longer or that. And maybe, I don't know. I don't see that their plans work out very well. But who
Well, that
knows?
you got to remember though that fucking what's his name? What's his name? Ralph Tortorici. That he claimed that he was implanted with something, some sort of microchip, and that the fucking Oklahoma City guy claimed he was implanted, and that I'm pretty sure that if Donald DeFreeze wasn't one of them, that he was also implanted. That's why they had to make sure Donald DeFreeze burned, and I think they made sure that he burned. I think that's why they made sure those people at Waco burned, because they were possibly implanted with some sort of microchip, and the fucking because what's his name that led the cult in Waco was a fucking he came out of some sort of radical whatchamacallit religion, Seventh Day Adventist, and fucking they were, you know, he claimed that he quote unquote knew the seven seals of this consciousness cult. The fucking they were in the consciousness cult. I mean that's all there is to it. I mean there's some kind of weird shit going on. I mean the there's not a lot of people talking about these consciousness cults. I mean, uh, I can only think of a few. I mean, Terrence McKenna warned of it. He said that it would consciousness stuff would that if you didn't have a plan, you'd be part of someone else's plan. That fucking and the people that don't have any idea of what to do, it's like the first step. Anyone with money should make completely self-sufficient property with solar panels and like a stove and like uh, everything that you could live to be off the grid totally, like 100%, and then find a way to get an allodial title, and that's on the property, and that's about the freest you could possibly be, and that's what the goal is for that should be everybody's goal in America, because that's how America, before it got industrialized and all this shit, they that's how they the industrialization of America, they were selling products to Americans. They were like, oh, there's this flood of snake oil salesmen that were flooding America with these things that remain made by these big companies, these industries. It's like there's a reason why Arm and Hammer bought the company Arm and Hammer. Uh, you know what I mean? Like these quote unquote capitalists are communists. Rockefeller, fucking Arm and Hammer. Uh, you know, Ralph
Who
Epperson goes
was
with
this
that.
guy, Armin Hammer? Was this not a Rothschild, uh, um, a spy for the Rothschilds? This Armin Hammer?
I'm not sure.
Anyways, I'm sorry, I have to go with my dog.
Oh yeah,
Maybe when I come back, you are still live. I will see. Until
I'm
next
probably getting
time.
passed out here.
See you. Bye.
Peace.
Peace.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pass out here. I'm tired.
Yeah, get Harry's ass on here next time, bro.
All right. Well, I did send him a link. I can at least see if he viewed the link.
Yeah, you should try to get him up every single time.
Well, I was
He's
trying to get Jamie to
entertaining.
come on with Harry because I don't think she should have Harry on her show.
Jamie would be a great guest as well. Yeah,
She's
I
came on
rewatched your
before.
appearance on her show a few times.
Oh yeah, she came on the show 3 times. Let's see here, Harry.
He's been
Courtney
on there before.
What's that?
He's been on her show.
No, she's been on my show 3 times.
Oh, I thought you said something about Harry being on her show.
He wanted to, but I don't. If he drops the N word on her show, I don't think she's gonna be too happy. You know.
Yeah, I saw the few weeks ago when you were yelling at him.
Well,
And then he left like a little crybaby. You're yelling at him, and then he leaves. And then he comes back, and you're like, "What happened?" And
I didn't mean to yell. I was just It's like when I used to live in the hood 25 years ago. You know, it was just so fucked up. You know, it was traumatizing. You know, when I used to walk down one time I was walking down the street to Taco Bell and fucking I heard like zoom 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 and fucking shit flying right past me, and I'm like, what the fuck, you know? And then I just fucking booked it and started running because somebody was fucking you know, they were trying to kill me. And I was just walking on the street. I didn't even know anybody hardly in that hood. Somebody was like, "Oh, there's some white boy. Let's fucking murk his ass." That's what they were trying to do. Fucking you know, the only reason I knew what it was right off because it was like in high school we had this teacher. He was a Vietnam vet. He always tell these stories, and he would say, and I asked him once. I was like, "What happened the first time that fucking you seen combat?" And he said that he heard these bugs flying through the air, and he heard them going zoom zoom zoom, and fucking and then he said that those were bullets in Vietnam, and fucking, you know, that his people were getting massacred. You know, sad story.
yeah, you
But
gotta
like,
redrop all those old episodes. I can't believe you took those down.
well,
That's
so if I
like tons of
re-release them,
hours of content. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, this I was just gonna re-release them. I mean, so then they're for some reason your microphone's making noise or something.
That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the research is it's not it's like most people start off on all this other stuff, but I start off. I mean, technically, I started off listening to Jordan Maxwell, you know, like in 2005 or something. But like, but it was like right after 9/11. It was like, uh, but I mean, even before then, a little bit. Well, I mean, I watched X Files since it came out, 91 or something. When I was a kid, I knew that the people were the Smoking Man was Illuminati. That he was going to a council that was a secret government. That the writer was talking about the fucking you know, the N to the S to the C, and that
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I've never watched X Files.
well, you definitely have to watch it because some of those are based on real shit. There's an episode about a guy that had an experiment on him where they put some sort of insect into his esophagus, and that he was eating people or something. He was feeding the insect inside of him, and that that was a real experiment done by the Nazis where they were sowing animal hybrids. They were trying to make animal hybrids out of people. Uh, that we don't know how far they went. I mean, getting into genes and stuff. The that's why that Max Heindel stuff is so important. That the Rosicrucian conception, the strange blood. He's talking about mixing bloods of animals and people, and
Yeah, I
that
think I saw recently about China doing that.
Well,
For
there's
soldiers. I don't know if it was real or not. It was just on Instagram.
anybody that I used to study psychology, and that it's very common for people that are crazy to try to put animal blood inside of themselves, and that this whole thing is there's some kind of wacko cult out there that's preaching this shit, and that it's always a pyramidal scheme, that there's people above them and people above them and people above them. It's all compartmentalized, just like an intelligence agency, and that the people that are at the lowest ranks have no idea what's actually happening. They're just doing what their emotions and what they're told, what they're taught with the propaganda. They're, I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, these occult, I mean, they're all anti-American. They don't want people to be free. They want everybody to live in a commune. They want everybody to, live in a warehouse, like a 20-story bunk bed or some shit, and all fucking wear the same shit and all be the same person and all like the same shit. And fucking, it's garbage. I mean, it's the, I mean, they're forcing conformity through how people think things are cool. That that the people think things are cool, and that's how they control the culture, because they have the money to spend any amount of money that to push the propaganda.
Celebrities and stuff to push their agendas.
Yeah, I mean,
They use
they're paying
celebrities.
big money.
People worship celebrity.
Yeah, they don't run out of money. So the go woke, go broke stuff, it's all nonsense.
Like when you see Cardi B talking to the president, you know something's going on.
Yeah,
like
they're
why
all
the fuck
fucking.
would she be talking to the president? She's obviously just a tool, bro.
Yeah, well, it's like I mean, the first time I found out the Christ consciousness stuff was in like 2008 or something, and it was like, or it was before that, but I already believed in it. And then 2008 or something, when I got a hold of Cooper's fucking audios, it was like he was explaining this fucking Christ consciousness bullshit, and that I was realizing that I was fucking duped into some sort of stupid fucking wacko shit, believing in the Christ consciousness and all this stuff. And because I wasn't raised religious or anything, it's just like it was on the internet back then, and it was like, oh, like what is this, like interesting, because they wove it into the psychedelic type stuff. That's how they did it. I mean, that's what they were doing with the
hippie movement shit was the Christ consciousness stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they mask it all. I mean, that's the great teacher, Buddha himself, because it's the fifth Buddha to them. It's like the hierarchy awaits. All these phrases, they always emphasize the code words. They'll italicize them in the books. Shambhala. The Christ on earth, quote unquote. Because they're preaching it all to the fucking. This is what the Maitreya is, and it's they're preaching it all to, when they preach to the religion. This is why Cooper emphasized that Christianity, that the return of the Christ, the return of Jesus, quote unquote, in the book, that it happened back then, at the second coming, quote unquote, and that the religions are changed to conform to this ideology of this return of the Maitreya, the Baha'ism. I mean,
So
it's
they
all.
just think Christ was just one of the ascended masters, though, and then
They think
it's just called Christ consciousness, but it has nothing to do with Christ.
Yeah, to them it's like the hive mind gaining control of the person. But from my understanding, the story is veiled, just like Masonry. The whole the real story of the New Testament. That's what all the religious people and all the occult people don't like what I say about the New Testament, because it's not what they've all been misled to believe. It's all symbolism of God making the universe. It's and that and it was important to ancient man, otherwise they wouldn't have encrypted it. Fucking like the oldest symbol of the cross with the circle is the symbol of earth. Jesus was a symbol of earth because he went into the earth.
I think it's all about the sun.
Well, that's what the Roman Empire mixed it into. The ancient Hebrews that were writing the New Testament, they had to keep everything hidden and concealed. That it was, according to some, it was an elaborate plan to take down Nero. That's what Revelations was really about. 666 is Nero in Greek gematria, and that that they were planning a rebellion against Nero, and that if John Allegro's stuff is accurate, that they were that the religion had found the shamanism in the desert in exile in Egypt, and that they had found the mushroom, the manna, and that they had eaten it and found clarity in mind from taking a trip and and that they went to quote unquote Jerusalem, which was to them an enlightenment, and that it wasn't an actual place. They just simply named a place after it once they settled, and that Hiru Salom in Egyptian is the hawk of the sun, but it wasn't to the sun. It was as a term for intelligence, and that that's why they say all the people are all have the halo, because they've had the golden chakra, quote unquote. They've gotten to the intelligence, the path of the ram, or the path of the sheep. It's interesting. It's like tread light is what has it go? Tread wise is serpents, but light is sheep or something. Name I forget. It's talking about that's why the keystone of masonry and the Haram Abiff of Tyre, the widow's son, blah blah blah. The keystone with the 8 letters. That's why the 8 letters form the cross. The cross I think it's left to right, bottom to up. So it's going from 2 zodiac signs, which are symbols of God and the man. It's going, and then the 2 final movements are Scorpio to Aries. The Scorpio is the lower natures, and Aries was the upper natures of the mind, and the enlightenment, and that's why the god was. That's why they would blow the ram's horn. It was a symbol of this enlightenment. And I mean,
I always wonder what the horns symbolize.
Well, it's like one of the stuff that the one who buried the ram's horn would always carry a cat, or Leo, and that the pyramid and the Sphinx, and that the symbols of that Leo was Judah, and that Judah was part of this knowledge that was Kabbalah. That was part of it. And that Kabbalah was all about symbol story of the universe, the numbers that measure it, and fucking
Yeah,
you
I
ever
don't
seen
think
it?
the Kabbalah is bad. I've got the Kabbalion. It's just like all the universal laws.
Well, the Kabbalion, it's a whole. If you just study the Kabbalah stuff, it's just gematria, chimera, and notoriacon of the Bible. That's all it is, and the of the Old Testament, and it can be applied to the New Testament, literally, with the gematria and stuff. It is the same culture. They were just writing in Greek, so they use the equivalent numbers uh, to the same numbers were attached to the Greek system as the that's why that Elvin Boyd Kuhn dude writes that book about the sequence of the alphabet, because it's the symbols. In the beginning was the bull, and that in the end was the cycle, the return of the cycle. Even in the Templars with tarot cards, number 22, 21. Well, the old 22 was number 0, which was the fool, and the fool walking off the cliff is right in Revelations. Jesus walks off the cliff into the new world. The the symbol of going back into the world, the cycle, which the same cycle the Rosicrucians with Hiram Abiff and the hammer and the disc going into the earth. He comes out raised by Jesus as Lazarus. The cycle of this, that's what it's all. That's what the real story is. That the complex story. I mean,
Yeah, so what do you think about the afterlife?
well, it's definitely real. I mean, I've seen
Like
a ghost.
personally, like what's your reaction? Yeah, stop with the whole. Bro loves ghosts.
That shit's scary. I definitely don't want to see that shit again. If you don't believe in ghosts, just go hang out at a graveyard every night. Fucking every night for like an hour.
You probably watched a bunch of movies growing up, and so it's just on your head.
No, I was never afraid of anything until that guy chased me with a shovel. And I wasn't afraid of anything supernatural. I was afraid of people trying to chase me with a shovel. I used to sit in the graveyard every night and smoke joints and fucking just sit there and just I didn't do anything.
I've never seen a ghost, bro. I tried doing like invocations and shit. I never
Well,
saw it even.
That's just all just mentalism tricks to.
Well, I made a blood pact and shit.
Well, that's all just made up stuff. I mean,
Well, how's that made up? But ghosts aren't made up. I think the analogy is probably real and shit. Just never.
Well, that's how they dupe everybody. They want people to think what they write is real. We don't know if it's real. We don't know if Crowley's seen some sort of alien. I mean, if it did happen, then we're screwed. Because if aliens are real, then
why would he
we're all
make
fucked.
Like,
what's that?
He probably did. Why would he all make it? The whole automatic writing, and then he wrote the Book of the Law.
Well, I mean, that's what all the
I'd like to
occultists
think
do.
it's real, but
they
lean
write a
towards no
doctrine.
because I've never seen anything.
Well, from my understanding, he wasn't on enough psychedelics to see anything. That he was ingesting peyote and opium, and that wouldn't that's not something strong enough to bring about the fucking the ghost shit of the ayahuasqueros of the Amazon or the brujos of fucking Mexico. mushrooms. They're taking Terrence McKenna's heroic doses. You know, that they're not just dipping their toes in it. They're jumping in it.
Yeah, I'd love to do some DMT and fucking find out for sure.
Well, I wouldn't recommend that. I mean, I would try to go to a state where it's legal to drink ayahuasca and just drink like a bunch of it, but make sure you don't have like a heart condition or something. And that if you have a bad trip, just start singing a song.
Yeah, I remember you talking about those fucking songs, and then you start seeing shit.
Well, I mean, you could sing any song. I mean, typically people that are pure of heart will not have a bad time. It's only the bad ones that have a rough time. Or if you encounter some kind of weird fucking ghost shit, then you might have a rough time.
Maybe you should start doing shows trying to talk to ghosts and shit. Get one of those ghost box.
Well, I think the ghosts work in a way to where they don't want to be seen. I mean, only to a true believer, and it only be in circumstance where. Well, I mean, I think some of those photos and videos are real, but most of them are fake. The shadow thing, that shit's real. The people, you know, I seen it. I seen it one time, and it was
the only thing
scary
I've
as hell.
seen is an orb. I've seen an orb before.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I seen an orb. I thought it was a tooth fairy, but nobody else could see it. It was weird. My stepsister and my mom were in the same hallway, and I seen it fly out the window, and I was like pointing at it and trying to chase it. It was like really weird. It's like it wasn't some kind of illusion or something. It was, you know, it was some kind of weird ghost shit. That was the same house where I seen a fucking ghost thing or something when I was in second grade. It was some kind of white being that was it paralyzed me. It like because I wasn't paralyzed, and then I blacked out when it came close to me. It was
I've never had sleep paralysis, but fucking when I was a kid, I'd have this recurrent dream where I was getting like dragged around the house by a ghost. I remember I used to have that same dream. That's pretty weird. What do you think about that? What do you think that is? Just a weird recurring dream, or what?
Well, I've had similar dreams where my family members, like my dad, would be his eyes was red in the dream, and he would be lifting up tables and throwing them, trying to find me, and I'd be under a table.
No, well, that was just trauma. I'm talking about I was getting fucking dragged by a ghost.
Well, I mean, I think the ghost was pretending to be him. The similar dreams of vampires, where the vampires were trying to get me. They would drink my blood.
I used to read the psychic vampirism books. I think that shit's real. You know, like the silver cord, and then they like they're sleeping, but they're like a fucking bat out there. I think that could be real. I think all that weird shit could be real.
Well, I think the dreams.
Do a show on vampirism.
Well, I think the dreams are just. I think that there's some kind of spirits that are just playing games. That they
Michael W. Ford. Those are all the books I used to read. His like dark demonology shit. Do a show on his book one day, the psychic vampirism. And just
that's why this Christ consciousness shit is so spooky, because the I used to know some like fucking psychedelics dude back in like 2008, and that he passed away in like 2009 or something, or but I was going to the city to get psychedelics to smoke them, and fucking, keep in mind I don't trip anymore, not for like 10 years or more, but like just for the audience sake, but like the dude fucking believed he was Osiris, he believed he was the Christ consciousness, he committed the S word, he deleted himself, and that he thought he was consciously conscious. Thought he was having the evolution or some shit. And there was this chick I used to know. She was like super hot and fucking. She looked just like Nicole Kidman, and like before Nicole got old, but like uh, the chick was just. I mean, the chick was. This was before I had a girlfriend. This chick was impossible. It was like I thought she liked me, but she just was like wanted to smoke all my weed. But I mean, it was just fucked up. She started believing in that fucking Christ consciousness shit, and then the next thing you know, she's like fucking This was after I recognized that the Christ consciousness shit was bullshit. It was some kind of weird cult shit, and fucking because both those people, I warned them against that shit, and fucking that it's evil, and fucking uh that I'm not saying it in a superstitious way, but the people that lose their minds, and that they this chick that looked fucking gorgeous, fucking she like said some crazy shit on the phone, and like I knew that she was talking in surrealism and what she was talking about, and that fucking because I got the same vibe as the last time I seen my best friend before he committed the S word and deleted himself. He said, "Peace out." And I said, "We will chill another time, correct?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I could feel the lie. And fucking this chick called me, and she was on the phone, and she was like saying this shit, and I'm like, "You're fucking lying. I know you are." And fucking I was like, you know, I was like, "Don't fucking do that shit. You're fucked up." Like you. I mean, I didn't say that. I was rude, but I was like, "You need to go to a hospital. You're sick." And fucking, it's fucked up. I told her mom and her sister, and fucking, her mom and her sister they called me a liar, and that I didn't talk to the chick for like 2 months, and then after she made that phone call, because she was mad that I told her mom, because I thought she was, suicidal, and that fucking and then she did delete herself, uh, and it was fucked up, and
Yeah, it's just because they believe that like you're responsible for everything, so it's just a ton of pressure.
well, this chick was rich. Her dad was some kind of surgeon or something, and like she claimed that she was babysat by the DeVosses or something, that she was friends with the DeVosses. Your mic's making some kind of noise. The DeVosses, she claimed that she was sexually assaulted by the DeVosses. I don't know if it was true or not, but and then
Yeah, it's
she
fucked.
deleted herself, and she claimed this Christ consciousness shit, and all these fucking occultists like fucking Jin think that it's some kind of game or something, but they're believing in this fucking bullshit that fucking hurts people, and that it's fucked up, like because I didn't know that dude very well, that you know but that chick, I was good friends with her and stuff, and like we smoked weed like every day, and it was like it was fucked up. It was like traumatizing. the
It's
I mean, I
it's
never
too
even
much
slept with the
pressure.
chick. It was just, she was a good friend, and like she was, it was just so fucked up. The I mean, because this type of stuff, you know, it's for it to happen one time, but for two people to believe in that Christ consciousness religion, and then for them to delete themselves, that's not a coincidence. That's fucked up. That religion is evil, and that those people are spewing fucking nonsense that makes people go crazy and think that they're gods, and think that they're fucking ascending or some shit. Just like the fucking Hail Bob comic cult. These people are sick and dark, and like fucking Cooper says, Weishaupt was a sick man. He was dark and evil. And it wasn't in some kind of supernatural way. It was in fucked up ways of controlling humanity and eugenics and fucking these systems of mind control and fucking that's what all these occult orders are. They're all the systems of mind control that have branched out and fucking they all have the smaller subdivisions, compartmentalizations, and that they all don't know the true plan of these secret societies, and they're fucking mass hypnosis, fucking idiots. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
It's fucked up. I mean, the they'll like fucking the the whole thing. It's all a fucking. I mean, it's a huge conspiracy. It's just a conspiracy. That's all.
I guess that's
Just a conspiracy. Oh, it's nothing. You know, I could hear my leftist friend. Oh, you're fucking full of shit. And it's like you didn't know these people. You didn't see them like go insane, and you didn't see them be helpless. You were like, I was powerless to help these people. They were grown adults that, I did the fucking proper thing, which was to tell their family and fucking, and it was just like, it was just, and then afterwards, the chick who was her sister who fucking denied fucking that she, or basically afterwards she used her sister's death of her sister deleting herself to become popular in the city, and it was like, because she made all these Facebook fucking party groups or some shit, and it was like, and then she had the nerve to like go on her sister's Facebook or some shit and try to message me all this fucking weird shit, and then I confronted her. I was like, I fucking called you and told you that this girl was sick. This fucking she was like 23, and that fucking 25 maybe, I don't remember, but she was sick and she was disturbed, and that that as a friend I felt that she was so fucked up that I had to tell her parents and tell her sister and be like, she's fucked up, like you need to fucking put her in the loony bin because she's gonna hurt herself. And they all thought it was a joke, and fucking they all laughed at me and called me a fucking idiot and stuff. And like it was just like it's just like a painful thing. I mean,
yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's why because I explained this all to Jin. I explained it all to him, and then fucking he gets mad because over some bullshit, because his friend died and believed in the New Age religion bullshit, and I fucking was like, I told you the story of these people that fucking were engulfed in this shit and went wacko and fucking, and that they all thought it was some kind of, I don't know what I think they all thought I was a liar and fucking
No, that could definitely make people delete themselves, because you believe that like you are your own god, so everything is your fault, everything's your problem. It can definitely be a bad form of fucking belief. Some people need a different kind of belief system. Believe in a higher power, and not that everything's just on them.
Well, I mean, there's atheists out there. I'm sure their atheist beliefs aren't hurting anybody. I believe in freedom. Freedom of thought. But when it's something like this Illuminati shit, that's fucking trying to subvert the Constitution, that's because they're forcing our country into world government through this IMF and this UN, all these treaties. They've made a way to legislate law without the consent of anybody, and that fucking and then they call it a democracy, but nobody in the fucking UN is democratically elected. They're fucking it's all a scheme. It's all fucking the people that set it up. That this, it's like they made the two. It's just so ironic how they make the two have the same symbols. The red, the Nazis and the Russians. They both had red flags. France had a red flag. They use the symbology, and people can't see that it's all the same bullshit. That it's just two parts of it, and it's rich people at the top that are like, ha ha ha, we're gonna make more money, and we're gonna depopulate all these fucking idiots. That's what that's all about, you know. And that's why Todd emphasizes that thing about in the book Archon.Rule, Secret Societies, that the one of the tribes, I don't remember which one, but they would send all the young braves to battle, and so that they could have the women, and fucking that's what the New World Order does. They send all of our people to wars they create, and that they, you know, and that the New World Order and all the rich people that don't go to these wars and stuff are, they have their pick of the women, and they're all fucking you know, I mean that's what it's all about. That's all they believe in is material things.
Yeah, wars are just depopulation.
Yeah, that's why they're all having like a million fucking descendants. They're like, oh, let's fucking make the family huge. You know, the
Yeah, Elon Musk is a weirdo. Like, just who names their kids names like that? And Epstein, he wanted to have like a bunch of kids. It's kind of had something to do with their weird belief system too. Like, still they believe that you reincarnate in the same bloodline.
the Mars thing is a red flag. If it's all symbology, then he's one of them. If one of the Nazis, if it's not symbology and if it's all real, then they've already been to Mars long ago, and the rockets are all just fake to fucking, not fake, but they're all just show to fucking hide the real ships and stuff that are that, because I mean Cooper talks about it, about supposed bases on the moon. You know, if the pictures are real, there's bases on it. If the
Yeah,
bases
there's
are
like
real,
faces on the moon and shit. I don't
well,
know about that.
well, that's on Mars, which has
Oh
a
yeah,
supposed five-sided pyramid, uh, which goes along with the mystery school stuff. Uh,
I don't know.
that
Maybe the Nazis did fucking travel space and shit. That's a
oh,
crazy theory that the Nazis developed time travel and the UFOs and shit.
well, I don't know about time travel, but that picture of the moon with the swastika, that looks like it's a swastika on a satellite dish. If that's from NASA, if it's real, then there's a fucking giant satellite dish or landing pad with a fucking swastika on it.
I never saw that.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna have to organize my stuff, and yeah, the I mean that's, you know, they were claiming the fucking Martians, and that the stuff Crowley's seen, if it was real, it's probably a Martian. If it was a real material thing.
Yeah, that picture, that drawing of Lamb looks like a gray alien, and that was before aliens. That was before Roswell and some shit.
Yeah.
That's crazy. His picture is drawing of Lamb.
Well, that one writer suggests that Roswell is caused from the opening of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That was a weird claim.
Also, it was like the bombs or some shit. They say the bombs gave the aliens attention, and it got their attention, and that's where when all that shit started.
Oh, you're talking about the nukes?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I try to not say the B word just because the algorithms and the
Oh shit.
that's okay. The what was it? Sabrina said some crazy shit the other night. It's like, whoa, calm down there. I'm like, the algorithm. We don't want to because if you say like even if you swear, I try to not swear, but it'll make the commercials say limited or some shit. So it's
Yeah,
like
maybe
won't
you
give it
just keep all the old shows deleted. Just start new and no swearing.
well,
Just
I
try
can
to get it
upload them.
monetized.
I can put them on Rumble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely don't get rid of them because that's a ton of hours. It's
well,
like a
there's some
ton of
on
time.
there's some on BitChute still. Uh,
Yeah, I
the
need you to drop the 265. I'm pretty sure that's one with Harry and Jen. I gotta rewatch that. It's hilarious.
oh yeah, well, it's just bizarre that their brainwashing is powerful. I
Yeah,
mean,
definitely. It definitely works. You'll see it in that show.
yeah, the it's
I don't fall for the racism and I don't
oh
fall for
yeah,
the hatred shit.
well, racism is bad. I mean,
Even the sexuality stuff. Like I don't care as long as you're not hurting anyone.
well, it's like the being part Native American. It's like I've had people tell me I'm not allowed to say that I'm part Native American, even though I'm part Native American. It's not like a whole bunch. With them all
Yeah, it's
combined, it's like
hilarious.
an eighth. But the well, it's still that there's no tribes left. It's all. It's like that he what was that joke of certain the guy from Saturday Night Live, Chris Tucker or no, Chris Rock. He says, you don't just go into Denny's and see Native American family chilling. Nowhere. I mean, unless you're like specifically right next to the reservation or some shit. Like the town I grew up in, I only knew one family that was all Native American, and it was just the mom and that the I had friends that were half Native American, and that they were the Sioux tribe, which was ironic because it was technically the enemy tribe, quote unquote, of my tribe. Well, the
Yeah, we just
Blackfoot.
wiped them out. Yeah, we
It,
did the natives so dirty. I was fucked.
yeah, but yeah. Well, then they went back on all the treaties. They I mean, not in all the cases, but most of the cases they like the Sioux tribe, for example. They the treaty said that they owned a certain amount of land and that they kept reducing it from executive orders, but the executive orders cannot overpower a treaty which is under the Constitution because the treaty is protected under the supremacy clause. And so that whole thing with the pipeline and that state was it was all violating the treaties of the natives and if they would have used the Constitution as their argument, I talked to the lawyer and I was like, you have to use this knowledge. Uh, you have to, and fucking because otherwise you're gonna lose this fucking pipeline argument. And
I
fucking
bet it still wouldn't have worked.
well, I mean, if you make sure it's all on the record, you got witnesses, you probably have to file appeal after appeal, uh, and then even then, it's could be hopeless. I mean, it's like this lady I was talking to. She was the sheriff or something, or sheriff's daughter or something. She was like 50 or something. She was just in some sort of conspiracy group on Facebook, but she was her name was uh, Spotted Bear, and that she was going personally to the UN. And I told her I was like, the UN's not going to help you. Like, I told her that I tried to discuss it with with the tribe's lawyer, and that he didn't believe in the supremacy clause and the treaty power. Uh, because that in court, because if they even if they didn't win the case, they could sue them technically. I mean, for breach of contract. I mean, that's what the Constitution is all about. You know, say you were say you were protesting and you weren't in a quote unquote First Amendment zone or something. Back when they had that, that you could probably sue the city. You know, keep in mind I'm not giving legal advice or anything, but because their deprivation of rights, Title 18, Section 242, the deprivation of rights of the color of law. It's like that's what the courts did in Michigan to me, where it's like they wouldn't let me be my own lawyer. They were depriving my rights under the Constitution, Sixth Amendment, and fucking. I got the judge on record somewhere saying it. Fucking. If I could find the video, because when I checked the videos, I realized that fucking I couldn't sue him because I didn't have all the videos of the court proceedings and fucking that I think they committed fraud. They hid the videos. They erased them, and that fucking you know those are some dirty bastards. I mean, I haven't seen my kid in like 12, 12 years or something, and like all because of socialism and fucking it's like and
I
people
remember
protect
that story.
socialism. Yeah, they're all which everybody's fucking retarded. That you know, it's like car insurance is communism. You're paying into some big company that requires you by the government to pay, and that they're all distributing the money how they see fit. And fucking, that's what communism is. House insurance, fucking, that's what they're doing with all this money they're giving to these countries for their fucking karma, their racial karma, quote unquote. That's what they're doing. That's the whole goal of the New World Order is to make America into a third world country and that and to take away America's sovereignty and to take away the Constitution permanently. And that there's a writer who was the governor of Puerto Rico, and he was the governor at the same time that the same time as the 62nd Trust of Puerto Rico was created by the International Monetary Fund, which created subdivisions called the IRS and the other ones. And that governor said in a book called The New Constitution or some bullshit. I've read it on the air before that he said in the book that they would replace the government and that they would pretend like the Constitution is in place and then that they would bring in the new government and fucking and that they would let go of the old one, that they would get rid of our constitutional republic, which is, you know, it's like anybody born in America is fucking, they are the posterity of the founding fathers. It doesn't matter what color they are, what religion. That fucking the New World Order has made it all into a bunch of fucking bullshit. That they've demonized the founding fathers, everything that America stood for. The you know, because they've you know, it's like in a world of everybody being slaves, if a small group of people get free, and eventually the freedom spreads, and it spreads more. That the that went against everything that these princes and pontiffs and fucking all these Weishaupt recruited all the princes and queens and shit, and that's why Britain and the Crown uses the British Israelism, because Weishaupt put it in their heads, and that fucking through their cousin or whatever, Saxo Gotha, and fucking that, you know, when it shows the Lion King in the movie, the Lion King with the Lion King of England with the warthog and the was it a meerkat or something?
No, the hyenas. I know. I remember. Yeah, you were saying those were the black and brown people, and then at the end, they
Well,
weren't there anymore. Some shit. That
yeah,
was like eugenics.
well, there was something before that. The the warthog represented Christianity and Islam, and the other animal represented the Hebrews. And so the tribe of the Lion of Judah, aka England, aka the Illuminati, would bring about Disney's whole new world with this fucking the new king, the who was reborn through his father, and the it shows it right in the movie on the rock, Pride Rock, and that the hailed under the symbol of two-ball cane, sign of the mysteries, and that Disney was no fool, and people he hired were most likely all initiates. That's why there were no women. There's no women allowed in Freemasonry, real Freemasonry, and that the that's all. Those are all the
Why is that? You know, or what?
Well, it's because of their religious beliefs.
Because they think they're less fucking like intelligent.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fucked up. It's like people aren't property. They're
Yeah, that's why like I kind of resonated with the whole Lilith, because I'm not a misogynist.
well, that's
I
all
was
just
even like the God of
symbolism.
the Bible is a misogynist.
Well, Lilith is Astarte. Lilith is Sirius. That's just another shade of the Sirius cult. Lilitu.
I'll have to remember that Lilith is serious. Yeah, I know about Lily too. Yeah,
Well, that's where
she's like
the
standing on the lion. She's like, if you
well,
pull up that old depiction,
there is symbol of the rising and the setting of Mars. That and the symbology, the old symbology, that Jesus, aka Mars and Leo, was the rising, and the setting uh, was Astarte or Sekhmet in Egyptian, the female lion, and that it was a goddess of war, and that's the same. That's what the French Grand Orient gave us the Statue of Liberty, their symbol of war. Uh, the female version of Hermes Trismegistus, who was not for the betterment of mankind. Hermes Trismegistus is the true symbol of Hariam Abiff and Jesus, according to the mystery schools. The thrice greatest.
yeah, when I first got into the occult, I was like the Emerald Tablets is big. Hermes, the Emerald Tablets, and so
well, that
Hermes is just Hiram Abiff. I
yeah.
remember that.
Well, the tablets are just tarot cards, according to the cultists. The tarot cards are the same as the Book of Adam. The tarot cards are just a pictorialized version of the symbols in the Book of Revelations. 22 chapters. Those are the major arcana. Uh, the zero and being zero twice, 1 and 22. The return of the cycle. Uh, that's why at the end he falls off the cliff. I mean, it's similar to the I Ching. It's like this idea of time and the universe, and I mean, if it does all mean something, I mean, the whole universe is. Uh, I mean, if you were to think of the end of time, if you were to think of it in literal senses, that the universe is making itself, and then it all just comes back again. Here we go again, the
Yeah, that's what I think.
well, I
I,
used to have really bad trips about that, like seeing seeing like the future or some shit, the past or something, some kind of weird shit.
Yeah, I think we keep reincarnating.
Well,
I think Earth. I'm like a Gnostic. I think Earth is hell, and you come here to learn all your lessons, and then fucking if you perfect
well,
yourself, you ascend.
there was non-Gnostic beliefs that were the Gnostics. All the modern Gnostic stuff is manipulated. The real old stuff is not. It's all symbols of Jesus and stuff.
Yeah, I know. I've heard you talk about that.
But like one of the tribes, when they would get the deer, they would point it to the east to be put into the sun and brought back through the rays. And but then if a brave or a chief passed away or a witch doctor, they would bury him to the west so his spirit would go into the sky, and that he would be in the sky forever because he was a brave. It's kind of like the Valhalla thing in a way. Yeah. I'm probably gonna crash out here. My joints all gone. I gotta go to sleep here. It's cool having you on.